Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of the ECL 1v1 top 4 right here at twitch.tv/ReactioMedia. My name is Brandon B. Mage Bigsby, and joining me in the booth today, back again, our third tournament covering together, Soaply. Soaply, first of all, thank you for joining me today, and how are you doing, my friend?
I'm great. Yeah, it's that time of year again. We have the ECL 1v1 finals broadcasts as we have the top 4 here, the semifinals and then the finals. Great to be back here with you to cover these games.
Great to have you back, my friend. We will be crowning a champion here today, and let's take a quick look at the bracket to show you each of our 4 players and how they each got to this point. And as you can see, a couple of familiar names we saw last year, Nikki Dangles and Cisu, the 3 and the 5 seed. We'll be seeing those two face off against one another later on in our coverage here today, while 2 newer names in the other semifinal, our first series of the day, the #1 overall seed, Capusta, going up against Teemuyy. Soaply, what stands out to you here about these 4 players?
I mean, obviously, in that second pairing, Nikki Dangles and Cisu, we know those guys. We 100% know what these two are capable of. We've seen them before. But then, this first matchup, Capusta, Teemuyy, maybe a little bit under the radar guys that have made it this far, but both of them really, really convincing results in this tournament so far. You see there, Capusta 3-0 in the quarterfinals, and he also beat Cisu in the group stage, and he has the #1 seed going into these playoffs. So, I mean, really interested to see if he can keep that up now here today, as he's going to take on Teemuyy, who is obviously one of those guys that you just never can count out, whether it's 6v6 or 1v1.
Yeah, Capusta, really impressive. Played in this tournament a year ago as well. Made it all the way to the round of 16. Was, interestingly enough, bounced by Nikki Dangles, who he could very well see today if he were to make it into the final as well. Teemuyy, obviously, so well known on the 6v6 side, about as far as we've seen him go in a 1v1 tournament. So a very interesting matchup, nevertheless. Let's take a quick look as well for context reasons what these four players will be fighting for in terms of the prize pool. Obviously, plenty of euros on the line. The winner will be taking home 800 euros, second place taking home 400, and each of these four men have already secured 150 euros in the bank account. But obviously, Stopely, you want to go for that top prize, and you want to end up being number one and crowned a champion as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That 800 euro prize up there for the champion today. And honestly, this is one of the only major tournaments this year for 1v1 players when it comes to the European scale. And obviously, all four of these guys definitely want to show that they're the best.
Going to show that they're the best, then we're going to talk to all of them here today as we get set up here for our first interview. Capusta coming in to speak with us here in just a few moments. We talked a little bit about him, Sopely, his journey here, someone that really kind of has emerged in the 1v1 scene over the last year. And I think that someone with this opportunity today could firmly place himself into that category as one of the top players and also as a 1v1 champion because, as you mentioned, this is arguably the biggest tournament that we're going to see on the European side of things this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And Capusta definitely one of those dark horses in this tournament. We've seen him do really well so far. I checked his stats. He has only lost one game by more than one goal in the entire tournament. And I believe it's around 35 games or something that he's played. And I mean, just being able to keep it very close in those games that he has lost. He's played against a lot of tough opponents to get here, and now he has a chance to come out on top.
Yeah, so impressive he was during that regular season run. 5-0-1 in the 6 games he played. Averaged 5.5 goals per game, only surrendered 2.5. So, as you mentioned, one of the best players coming into this tournament and earned that number 1 seed, and rightfully so. And it's going to be interesting because obviously there is no easy opponent, but I'm sure it's going to be a little bit of a good feeling for him to be able to avoid the player that knocked him out of this tournament in the playoffs last year in their tournament, playing in the round of 16, losing to Nikki Dangles. Obviously not going to be an easy bout, nevertheless, against Teemuyy, but still something interesting. So going to be interested to hear what he has to say here in a few minutes going into this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to his opponent, Teemuyy, he's one of those guys that just keeps showing up year after year. Feels like every single tournament, doesn't even matter if it's 6v6 or 1v1, feels like every single tournament he makes it to the stage, and here he is once again. So obviously, both of them have made their way to this point, but possibly the toughest challenge they've had to face so far is going to be in this round of 8 or round of 4, sorry.
Yes, and remember, for those who maybe aren't as familiar with the 1v1 side of our tournament, it is a best of 3. So the first to win 2 games does move themselves into that final. And, again, we've seen Capusta in this situation before, has definitely been someone to step up over the last few seasons. And we get to talk to him here as he is joining us now. And Capusta, are you able to hear us, my friend?
Yeah, can hear you guys. Hello.
Hey, man, first of all, congratulations on making it into this point. You earned the number 1 overall seed, and you clinched your spot into the semifinals. What's the mood for you coming into this series and coming into arguably one of the biggest tournament settings that you've been in your career?
Repeat, please.
Yeah, no worries. What is the mood for you coming into this tournament with this being arguably the biggest tournament that you've played in?
The biggest, but this is serious tournament too. So I hope I win. So we'll see.
Yeah, man. Well, you've been really successful so far during your season. What do you feel like has been a key to you playing so well lately?
Can't hear you.
Are
Can't
you
hear you.
able to hear me right now?
Say something.
What do you feel like has been a key to your success playing so well throughout this tournament?
Don't know. Lucky maybe.
Well, hey, you got some skill to add in there as well. You're going to be going up against a really good player in Teemuyy. What are you going to be looking out for in your series against him?
I expect to see cool and interesting games today. Mm, Hope strongest will win, and they don't just get into the top four.
Well, hey, man, you've
So
been
I wait tough games, really tough.
playing well so far in this tournament. Can't wait to see you go up against Teemuyy. Thank you again so much for taking a few minutes to join us. Best of luck to you in the series.
Thank you.
All right, that was Capusta. A big thank you to him for taking the time to talk with us. And you heard him say it, a very humble answer saying, hey, maybe it's luck a little bit, but I want to make it in past that top four and win this whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously he's a really skilled guy. So it's not just luck that he's made his way to the top four spot. As I mean, you just look at the numbers. He's one of the most dominant players so far in this tournament. He's only lost one game in this top 16 stage of the tournament, and I mean now he's just gonna try to continue that.
Yeah, and you look at the head-to-head as well between these two players, and again, we talked about it with Capusta, someone that has really stepped up over the last few weeks, especially within this tournament. You see that in the goals for and goals against. Teemuyy, on the other hand, obviously very good, but a little bit of closer margins has really had to rely more on the defensive side of the game. Maybe you come to expect that from one of the best defenders on the 6v6 side, but kind of interesting, Soaply, to see two different paths, but yet two very skilled players that can fill the puck with the net as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the stats looking heavily in Capusta's favor, to be honest here. But yeah, I mean, Teemu, it feels like every time the game is on the line, he's just able to turn those close games into wins for him, as you see in the playoffs. Goals for, goals against 10-9, yet he's still able to come out with a 3-1 series win in that quarterfinal series. So you just never can count him out.
And you kind of go back on Teemuy's journey, won that series 3-1, as you mentioned. And we've talked about Teemuyy. He's someone that we have seen show off that skill before in the past. Obviously, we know what he's able to do on the 6v6 side, a multi-time champion. But someone that we've seen really emerge on the 1v1 side over the last year or two as well. I mean, we've seen him play in this tournament in the past, made top 16 in the ECL 23 spring season. You go back to the ECL 24 winter season, made the top 32, and then made the top 32 as well during the spring ECL 24 season. This is the furthest he has made it. So we're seeing him continue to push forward and finally able to break through in that top four here in this campaign.
Yeah, totally. He's one of those players that he's been there many times, but not quite been able to come out all the way to this point. So maybe this is also something my scouts have told me, that possibly this is the year where Teemu has been able to just find that one more gear to his gameplay, where in the past he's always been in that top 16, top 8 range, but now he's finally been able to fine-tune his game and come all the way to the semifinals, and now he's gonna have a great chance to make the finals here if he's able to take the wins against Capusta, and obviously everything is still possible here.
Yeah, and that's something that makes these tournaments so interesting, is that on the Sixes side, we talk so much about storylines and things of that nature. You get just as much of that over on the 1v1 side as well, and I think Teemuyy is a great example of that. He has stepped up, has continued to grow his game, and has been able to finally see that breakthrough that he has been pushing for. And I think that's what makes this series so interesting, because you kind of look at Capusta on the other end, a little bit less experienced than Teemuyy, has played less tournaments, but again, someone that has finally been able to see his breakthrough and is fighting for that top spot. And whoever they play in the finals, they're going to be playing either a former champion in Cisu or a former champion in Nikki Dangles.
Yeah, it's obviously the setup for this semifinals right here is that we have a very big difference between this matchup and then the second matchup. But obviously, these guys have both made their way to this point, and Capusta is also the first seed in the tournament, so you can't really even say that the second pairing is the stronger pairing necessarily, because obviously we don't look at the past and what happened in past tournaments. It's always a new tournament, and in this one, both of these guys obviously been just as good as the other two that have made it this far.
See, both players are ready to go just about in their matchup. Soaply, what kind of stands out to you here in this series especially? We've talked about some of the stories, we've talked about how these two players have gotten here, but what do you feel like is going to be the key for both Capusta and Teemuyy to push their way into that final?
I think one of the biggest things here is seeing how well Teemuyy is able to take off all that offensive skill that Capusta does have. I think that's going to be a very big key in this series, as I know Capusta is one of the really good offensive, skillful guys.
Capusta going with the Colorado Avalanche, while Teemuyy going with the Dallas Stars. We'll be watching from the perspective of Teemuyy, while Capusta works in the offensive zone. You see some of that quick passing already showing off a little bit of that offensive skill. Working it up to Makar at the point. Now over to Larry Nichushkin, who he has back on defense from the looks of it. Interesting always to see some of the line changes that these players make, as the first shot of the game there by Capusta stopped as Teemuyy works in the offensive zone with Johnston. Trying to find a little bit of space, but Capusta putting a stop to it. And it's going to be interesting as well to see just how these players get used to each other. A matchup that we have not seen much of in the past, and sometimes see that feel-out period when it's two players that aren't familiar with each other and don't have that prior history.
Yeah, absolutely. And also for both of these guys, now the real big games begin. So it's going to be interesting to see if that has some sort of a change to their gameplay, maybe a little bit of nerves, as we're playing for money right now.
Absolutely, it'll be interesting. Teemuyy, some of the 6v6 experience as well, playing on the big stage, if that could maybe come to help him here in this tournament. But Capusta with it in the offensive zone, puts on a move, trying to find some space here, and he continues to work in the offensive zone. A nice shot on net there. That was denied, however. Still pushing right now on the cycle as Taze controls it at the point. Gives it over to Natchez. Over to Manson for the one-timer, stopped by Ottinger. And Teemuyy gonna hold on for the whistle there.
Capusta has been off to a really strong start there. We've seen him try that little backskating play to the front of the net twice, and that third shot off of that D2D. We know those green time one-timers are always dangerous, and that could have already been the first goal of the game, but so far, no goals to report.
3 shots on net already for Capusta. Teemuyy looking for a second. That shot from the point was blocked in front. You're seeing Capusta really kind of deny Teemuyy a little bit on the defensive end as well, as he tried to get a look right there. A nice job bumping him off of that puck. As here comes Capusta down the other end, controlling it with Druin. That pass a little bit off, and that's going to lead to a breakaway here with Robertson. Teemuyy on the breakaway, and he scores! Teemuyy spikes first here in this series. A 1-0 lead here for him in Game 1.
Yeah, and a good start for Capusta, but then a pass in the neutral zone somehow ends up on Teemuy's stick, and he's got a clear breakaway, and he just puts it in, and Teemuyy has the first lead of the series.
We see it all the time, Soaply, just the slightest of mistakes, even ones that you didn't really anticipate on them being there. An errant pass leads to that breakaway. Teemuyy able to capitalize. It's just so crazy how the margins can be so small when you have two top players facing off like this. Teemuyy, what a shot, and he scores again! A 2-0 lead for Teemuyy. And all of a sudden, we were just talking about Capusta dominating, and now he's the one finding himself down by a pair.
Yeah, and another goal where it was looking like Capusta might be able to get the puck there, but it just ends up on Teemuy's stick, and the game is 2-0. At this point, I feel like if you're Capusta, you just have to slow things down a little bit, not get too worried about it, because 2 goals you can still very well come back from.
A little early, Teemuyy controlling a 2-0 lead right now. It has 3 shots on net, but a pair of them have been goals. As Capusta looking to try to find a response here. He controls in the offensive zone. That puck turned over on that pass attempt across and found by Teemuyy in the neutral zone. Only Nico Rantanen gives over to Duchene at the left wall. Capusta trying to pressure him, but Teemuyy controlling it still. Has some space and gives it back to the point. Duchene gives it over to Harley. Harley moving forward. One-time shot and he scores! Matt Duchene puts Teemuyy up by 3 now in the first period.
And how about the efficiency that Teemuyy has been able to show to start this game? I mean, come on, 3 goals already, and now we're gonna see the timeout taken here by Capusta. 4 shots, 3 goals. I mean, just a perfect start when it comes to those goal-scoring opportunities for Teemuyy.
And if you are Capusta on the other end, things look to be going so well early on. As you get a look at the face cams there, Capusta locked in, trying to find some answers. But what do you feel like has to be adjusted here for him to find his way back in this game? Obviously still early, but momentum swinging in such a drastic way.
Yeah, the momentum is a big thing. He just has to find some kind of a way to break out of it, as that one-timer is a good one, but just big save made by Ottinger. But yeah, Capusta he just needs to get one on the board, and he doesn't need to do anything too crazy just yet. There's still a lot of time in the game. You definitely don't want to give up another one. But yeah, I mean, it is a tough situation to be in.
Minute to go here in this first period as Teemuyy has it in the offensive zone again, looking to extend that lead even further. Controls it with Heiskanen and gives it up to Ben. Teemuyy looking for some space, skating forward, has it with Sagan, less than 5 seconds go. One-timer goes wide there. And Capusta just going to kill off the rest of the time, and that will do it for period 1. Teemuyy with a 3-goal advantage. Those guys with 4 shots, but Teemuyy full advantage of them with those 3 goals.
Yeah, 3-0. It's looking really tough right now from Capusta's perspective, but credit to Teemuyy. He's just been able to score from everywhere. It seems like he's just been able to bury it. As we take a look at some of these goals here, couple of half breakaway goals, and then that one-timer from the point that have been going in. And Teemuyy is one of those players that you really don't want to give up the lead to, because he's just so good with the puck, and it's going to be really tough to make a multi-goal comeback against him.
Oh, we've already seen one 3-0 comeback in the hockey world on the Stanley Cup side last night, so Capusta gonna hope for a little bit of similar magic here in this game 1. Teemuyy currently controls it in his own end and moves it forward over to Johnston. Under a little bit of pressures, you see Teemuyy breaking it in past the blue line, but not able to get much past that, and he's forced to reset. Those are the defensive possessions that Capusta's gonna have to string together to find his way back in this game. Teemuyy still controlling it now in the offensive zone. Working it around the right wall and gives up to the point to Dumba. Boys a defender. Still controlling possession here. As you see Capusta not always pressuring Teemuyy as the main defender, kind of relying on the AI a little bit and trying to take away the passing lanes. It's something you'll see some players differ on, but interesting to see that defensive strategy from Capusta there.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, at least from my experience, it seems like this year a lot of the top players do play a pretty passive defensive style, because it's very difficult to really be super aggressive in your own zone. But at the same time, Capusta might need to start making some changes, because he is trailing by 3 here.
At what point do you feel like you maybe start taking some of those risks, knowing you're down by 3? You still got some time, but when you maybe start throwing caution into the wind a little bit more, knowing you need multiple goals to make a comeback?
I think it comes down to you just starting to look for moments when you can just go all in and try to get that interception or a big hit or something to get the puck. But at the same time, if Teemuyy is in the corners, just has the puck under full control, then maybe at this point it's just not worth it to rush at him just yet.
Teemuyy has it in the offensive zone. That shot hit the side of the net, and now Capusta will take over possession. Approaching the halfway point of this game, Teemuyy with a 3-0 lead. Both sides with 4 shots. All those shots in the first period. A bit of a slower pace so far here in the second frame as Capusta has it in the offensive end. Works it around. One-time shot from Landeskog. Stopped by Odinger. There's your first shot of the period right there. And a 2-on-1 developing here for Teemuyy. Controls it, looking, shot on, poked off the stick from Capusta, and goes out of play with 8:37 to go. You're in period number 2.
This is kind of exactly what Teemuyy wants, what we've seen so far in this period. Not too many chances. Just he doesn't even have a shot on net just yet. Capusta got one right there with the one-timer. It was a good one, but just wouldn't go in. But yeah, Teemuyy, he's been able to slow the game down, and that's going to be an advantage for him.
Yeah, the more that clock continues to run, the friendlier it becomes for Teemuyy. Again, game number 1 of a best-of-3 series, and we talked about this openly. That game 1 can be such a massive momentum shifter because you know that you're 1 win away from clinching it. Such a bigger advantage compared to playing in a best-of-5 or best-of-7 series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a short series, so the first game you already almost need to win, because if you go down in these series against these sort of players that we have here today, it's just gonna be a really tough one.
Saw Capusta trying to find a bit of space in the offensive zone, but nothing doing for him as both sides getting a line change. Now Teemuyy in the offensive zone, controlling it with Dadonov at the right side. Holds it at the corner, trying to get that pass across, but it's broken up. And here comes Capusta rushing down the other end with Natchez. Looking for a play. Has it the right face-off circle. That pass across was found by Odinger. And Teemuyy not going to take any chances. Will hold on for the stoppage.
And we see there, Capusta's his gameplay relies on a lot of those little cut-back plays, little spinoramas, trying to open up some space. He's been able to create some scoring chances with those, but just nothing seems to be working for him so far. As he had a lot of good chances in the first period, a couple of chances here, but just not able to score.
Throwing it over on the right side right now. Teemuyy trying to find that 4th goal. You feel like he's looking for the closeout one here. Less than 40 seconds to play here in period 2. Shot on there from Druin at the high slot. Stopped by Blackwood. Capusta playing that out. Another shot for Teemuyy. Puck loose in front. Gets another shot and a phenomenal save from Blackwood.
What a save on that last one, as it was looking like Teemuyy had all the chances in the world right there, just back to back to back, getting those shots on net, but just can't score. Now he does have an offensive zone draw with the pressure meter as well.
1.6 to go here. Teemuyy looking for a couple of more chances, but Capusta wins that draw in his own zone. Moves it forward. Not going to be enough time for a real chance, but that will do it for period number 2. And if Capusta can find his way to a comeback, that trio of saves there from his goaltender going to be a big reason as to why.
Absolutely, you just cannot afford to give up another one at this point, and Capusta survives those couple of opportunities for Teemuyy, and he's still trailing by 3, but at the very least it's only 3 and he scores.
Capusta gets on the board, and who better to do it than Nathan McKinnon? All of a sudden, Teemuyy seeing his lead cut from 3 to 2, and the comeback is on now potentially here.
Yeah, absolutely, and what a tricky shot right there from the goal line. It almost looked like behind the goal line. Maybe that's something he's been working on, just looking for those angles to shoot it, and looks like that one just goes off the goalie and in.
Usta gets himself on the board, makes this a 3-1 game. Teemuyy still in control, but has to be critical for Capusta to not only get that first goal, but to get so really early in this third period. Gives him a little bit more time to play with as Teemuyy looks to work in the offensive zone to get that goal back. Has it over at the left wall, trying to pass it in front. The shot from Rupe Hintz, stopped by Blackwood. Teemuyy gets it back in the neutral zone and works it past the blue line. Bumped off of that puck, and Capusta finds it. So he'll reverse it back to Makar, and he'll now set up the offense. Gets in the neutral zone. Gerard with it, bumped off of his stick as Capusta able to get it back behind the net. Controlling it now at the right corner. Holding it, looking for a play, trying to find an open pass. Nothing doing so far, but still controlling possession. Nice little move, backhand shot, and he scores! Capusta ever so crafty, and he cuts the lead down to 1 now.
And there it is, you see that little backskate play and he tucks it 5-hole. What a goal! And now it's a 1-goal game.
You're seeing a lot of Capusta support in the chat, and I'm sure a lot of smiles on their faces seeing their man cut that lead from 3-1. Just 6 minutes into the third period, he is pushing again here in the offensive zone. Has it with Drew and up at the high point, trying to pass it over to Colton, but it's turned over. Here comes Teemuyy with some speed. Teemuyy backhand shot, and he scores! Mikael Granlund staves the tide of Capusta, and it puts Teemuyy back up by 2.
And this is one of those plays where some of these players just separate themselves from the rest. The ability to make the goalie freeze on a breakaway, that looks so easy for Teemuyy to score that. He didn't really have a clear breakaway. The defender was breathing down his neck, but he's just able to be so effective on those opportunities.
Capusta now down by 2 again, but he's down by 1 as Martin Natchez puts it in backhand. We've got a goal-scoring frenzy now here in Game 1.
And we see the 5-hole goal once again. That's the bread and butter for Capusta. It seems like he tried that a couple of times early on in this game, wasn't able to score, but now in the third, that play is working for him and he's within 1 once again.
If you got up for a few minutes, I am so sorry. We've gone from 3-0 to 4-3 in a matter of 10 minutes of this third period. Teemuyy up by 1 and controlling it in the offensive zone, but bumped off his stick, and here comes Capusta down the other end. Controlling it now with Michuskin at the left boards. Gives it up at the point to Makar. Had some space there at the high slot, but opts to pass it back, and it's turned over. As now with 7.5 minutes to play, Teemuyy seeing himself up by 1, but all the momentum in the favor of Capusta. Turns it over in the offensive end. Now here comes Capusta with some space in the offensive end. Gives it to Wood. Capusta with it over at the face-off circle. Bumped off of that puck by Teemuyy, but gets it back here momentarily and found again. Capusta controlling it with Wood. Up to Manson at the point, working with Taves. Down the Wood again. The right face-off dot. Looking for a space for a shot. Gives it back up to the point to Manson. Capusta working it around. 4.5 minutes to play here in regulation. Looking for the tying answer. He was down 3-0, and he's now tied for the 4 to Taves.
What a comeback! From down 3 in the third period, I honestly did not expect this to happen. I thought the game was over, 3-0 against a player like Teemuyy, but Capusta, #1 seed. He's shown why he is in this position in the tournament. He scores another one.
He's the #1 seed. He's got a big water to boot. And from 3-0 down, Capusta is up 5-4 late in the third period. What a comeback. But can he close it out here? Still 3.5 minutes to play, and we've seen Teemuyy score quickly.
3 goals with that little backskating play, by the way.
Absolutely unreal. He has found, as you mentioned, Sopoli, his bread and butter. He has found something that has worked for him in this game, and Teemuyy was yet to be able to find something to mitigate it as Capusta controls it in the offensive zone, less than 1.5 minutes to play. And now, if you're Teemuyy, what do you adjust here? You were controlling the entire game, and now you're down by 1 with less than a minute to go.
Yeah, you just have to get back on offense, I guess, at this point.
He has it now in the neutral zone, trying to work his way forward. Controls it at the right boards. Teemuyy looking for the tying answer. He's led the entire game up until now. 37 seconds to go. Controlling it with Granlund, who's forward, trying to get that forehand shot, but poked off his stick, and he gets it back. Has it the left boards. 30 seconds now. Shot up! in off the post and into the back of the net. Teemuyy has tied this game at 5.
And how about the ability to come back after getting that comeback made against you? Oh, you were up by 3, and all of a sudden you need a goal at the very end of the game, and Teemuyy delivers. 30 seconds left in the game, and we are tied. What a game.
5-5 now your score, and here comes Teemuyy in the offensive zone again. 20 seconds to go. He has it behind the net, looking for a play, trying to find a passing option, trying to hit that one-timer there, but it's intercepted. 12 seconds to go, and Teemuyy gonna have one more chance for a breakout. Pushing forward, has it with Duchene. Giving it up to Johnston, 4 seconds down, crosses the blue line, looking for a shot. Saved there by Blackwood, and that will do it for regulation. Game number 1, and we've got overtime. And how about this, Sopely? 8 goals in the 3rd period alone. Absolute cinema that we are getting here to start our coverage today.
Yeah, unreal. After the game slowed down in that 2nd period, I thought the game was over, but no. Capusta came to play, and then Teemuyy was able to tie it up right at the end, and these guys are here to play.
Overtime right here, right now. I want to shout out our sponsors, Covenant Locknessy, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support of the ECL and SportsGamer, as Capusta controls it in the offensive zone, looking to cap off what's been a magical comeback. Looking for some space, controlling with Makar, dancing around, trying to find the passing or shooting lane. And he draws a penalty. The patience of Capusta. It's Teemuyy in a little trouble. Matt Duchene will head to the box. For the first time today, we'll see a power play.
And there we see once again Capusta. He's going for that little spinorama play, trying to find that 5-hole play, but this time Teemuyy trips him, just doesn't let him cut to the front of the net, but in the end it turns out great for Capusta as he goes on the power play, and that one's off the post.
Chance there short-handed, but here comes Capusta down the other end, controlling it with Nathan McKinnon. He got the first goal for him that started this charge. Over up to the point, gives it back to Manson. Capusta looking for the winner here. 52 seconds to go on the power play. As it left face-off circle, there's that spin shot again, but stop, plays it out, however, does Teemuyy. One-time shot denied by Ottinger!
What a save.
Teemuyy moving it forward. A beautiful save to keep this game going. As you see Teemuyy trying to kill off that power play time. And he does so as Duchene makes his way out of the box. We are back to even strength. Teemuyy in the offensive zone. Holding it now behind the net. Pressured from behind. Lost control but gets it back at the left corner. Teemuyy holding on. Looking for a play. Taking his time here. Both these players being so patient. Moves up to the point. Harley controlling it. Behind the net now. Teemuyy looking for the winner here. Trying to get the shot on. Poked off the stick, but gets it back. Teemuyy behind the net once again. Turning. Looking at the high slot. Trying to find that space, but Capusta doing a good job denying him as it's a turnover there. And now here comes Capusta trying to work his way down the other end, but pressured by Teemuyy, and he can't get out of his own zone. Teemuyy gets it back. Controlling with Duchene at the right corner. Holds it at the right face-off dot now. Looking behind the net once again. Holding it, looking for space. Capusta again denying that shot or that pass across. Gives it up to the point to Robertson. Pushes forward. Holding again. Teemuyy paying for patience, hoping it'll get him that game winner here. He has had it in the offensive zone for about 5 or 6 minutes now. He's still working it, trying to have something that shot on. Blockered away there from Blackwood, and Capusta finally able to break it through. Works it into the offensive zone to Colton, under some pressure, and gives it back. Pass across and found by Nichuske. One-timer from Makar, blocked in front and picked up by Capusta once again. It's on a move with Makar. Trying to get that backhand shot. Draws another penalty, and Capusta a second power play opportunity here coming up in overtime.
Another very similar tripping penalty once again. Teemuyy just really does not want Capusta to get that little backskating play towards the middle of the net. And I mean, obviously, he scored 3 times already in this game, exactly like that. So Teemuyy just does everything he can to stop it, and it results in another tripping penalty.
Not there, blockered away by Odger. Full pressure here for Capusta. Looking to capitalize on it, but Teemuyy gets out of his own zone. He may have a 2-on-1 developing. Has no stamina, however, to take advantage of it. Lost all of his speed. As Teemuyy controlling it in the offensive end still, however. Has it with Sam Steele over at the right boards. Controlling it over, and we'll just dump that out. Had to give up on that play due to the lack of stamina that his players had on the ice. And he's going to make a line change. A 2-on-1 here for Capusta. Has it with Brock Nelson. Goes behind the net. Controlled by McKinnon. Back to 5-on-5 here. As Teemuyy able to kill off that power play. Capusta bumped from behind, and now Teemuyy will slow things down a bit and set up the offense. Less than 4 minutes to go here in overtime number 1. Moves it over to the left side to Rantanen. At the left wall. And the rest gives up to Cisu at the point, and now to Lindell. Lindell working it. Teemuyy trying to get an opportunity here. Has it the right face-off circle. Shot from the point blocked. Puts it back. Has it now at the left side. Less than 2 minutes to play. Teemuyy controlling it. Gives it up to Rantanen once again. Has it the high slot. Skating around. Looking for that first opportunity that he can find. We've seen a lot of this style so far. Time, but we get a goal and we get a winner. Mikko Rantanen takes game 1 for Teemuyy.
And there it is, after the long cycle in the offensive zone. Feels like this overtime period was kind of a replica of period number 2, where the game just slowed down just a little bit. Both of these guys just looking for that perfect opportunity, and Teemuyy finds it. And he's able to tuck that home and come out with the win in this game 1.
How about those stats as well, Soapily? 14-13 in shots, 17-37 to 19-43 in time of attack. Feels pretty indicative of what we saw via the eye test. A lot of time in the offensive zone, but opportunities had to be earned, were few and far between. And impressively enough, as we bring you back into the booth here, Teemuyy wins that game despite only winning 4 of the 20 faceoffs throughout that game through 4 periods.
Yeah, that might be one of those things with the team selection thing. Not exactly sure about the face-off ratings, but possibly that has something to do with it. But yeah, I mean, very offensive zone time heavy, that matchup. We saw both of them just cycling the puck around, or rather just waiting for something to open up in the offensive zone. And it's one of those things that seems to be kind of the go-to way in NHL 25 for these guys to play. So we saw it from both guys there in overtime, especially just waiting for that perfect opportunity, and Teemuyy was able to find it and comes out with that 1-0 series lead.
A critical 1-0 series lead. It got scary for him there, but he takes the win 6-5 in overtime. And folks, if you like what you're seeing here with our 1v1 final today, make sure you join us on Sunday for our ECL Elite Division 6v6 final, as the number 2 seed Mythics will be going up against the number 1 seed Last Dance. You can catch it right here live on twitch.tv/ReactioMedia. Start time set for 19 CEST on Sunday. Mythics, their first ever finals appearance. Last Dance, their first finals appearance in just about 2 years. So again, make sure you join us here for that on Sunday night. If you're loving the 1v1 coverage, you are definitely going to want to be here for our 6v6 finals over on the Elite side. Mythics versus Last Dance. Again, coverage starting at 19 CEST. Best of 7. We will be covering the entirety of that series during our coverage on Sunday. So make sure you join us for that. But as you can see, both teams about to get ready to go here once again. And Soapily, going to be interesting to see how Capusta responds. Dug himself a bit of a hole early, was able to come back, even held the lead late, but Teemuyy able to find the game-tying goal with 30 seconds left, and the winner in overtime. How does Capusta bounce back there from what felt like such an optimistic result there down the stretch, but then seeing it just slip through his fingers at the end?
Yeah, it's a tough situation if you are Capusta, as obviously you work so hard to come back in that game, and you even capture the lead late in the game, but you end up losing anyways. I think he has to just start off really strong, like he did in game 1, and just hope that it doesn't happen again, where everything just seems to go against him in that first period.
Teemuyy 1 win away from the finals. Capusta looking to push this to a game 3. He has in the offensive zone. That shot goes wide. And again, this is why we talked about that game 1 so important, Soaply, because it gives you that advantage and that extra bit of cushion going into this game 2, knowing that you only need one more win to punch your ticket. As Capusta controls it in the offensive zone, has it with Makar, gives it over to Nichushkin at the point, gives it back to Makar, back to Nichushkin. One-time shot from Coyle and he scores! Capusta starts out the scoring in game 2.
And there it is, exactly what he needs. Gets the first one on the board, and he's up by 1. And I think Capusta just has to keep going, because he's so talented offensively. He can't just sit back and hope to defend.
Teemuyy trying to coordinate a response here. He has it in the offensive zone, trying to pass that towards the stop, and it's picked off. And here comes Capusta down the other end, controlling it with Natchez, now to Gerard. It's on a move, looking for a play. One-time shot from Makar was blocked. And Teemuyy able to get possession there as he tries to work it forward. Finds Rupe Hintz. Holding it. Shot on there. Blockered away there from Blackwood. As Capusta takes over possession, and you feel like the momentum that Capusta was able to gather himself in the third period of game 1, carrying over a little bit here so far in this game 2. Feels like he has a rhythm and he's finding his offense compared to the first 2 periods of that first game.
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel like Capusta is one of those momentum players where once he gets going offensively, he's almost impossible to stop. As we've seen him with those spinorama plays to the front of the net, the 5-hole finish, and then here, the first goal. Teemuyy was defending the middle very tightly, but Capusta is able to find a one-timer from the wing and gets a goal that way, so you just never can sleep on him.
Mentioned that he was the #1 seed in his group, averaged 5.5 goals for per game. That was one of the highest marks, tied for the 3rd highest mark of any player in the top 16. Only Firecats and another had more, the other being Cisu. We'll see in just a matter of a couple of games. He'll face off against Nikki Dangles at the conclusion of this series. Nevertheless, Teemuyy trying to find some space in the offensive zone, could not there, as Capusta will now slow things down and set himself up for a line change. Capusta moving it forward into the neutral zone. Controlling with Jonathan Drouin over on the right boards. Pressured from behind. Teemuyy able to force a turnover. At the right side with Duchesne. Holding it. Trying to find a pass and goes up to Heiskanen at the point. Teemuyy in the offensive end, trying to find the game-tying goal. Capusta with one shot, and it found its way into the back of the net. That's a 1-0 lead here with 6.5 to play in period #1. Has to win to keep this series going as a shot in front there. Stopped, and here comes Capusta with speed down the other end, controlling it with Drouin. Puts on a move, holding it backhand. One-time shot from Johnston. Denied there by Odinger. Teemuyy works it into the offensive end. Finds Granlund, pass in front, finds his way to Labushkin over behind him. Holding it the slot, gives it to Marchman. Teemuyy trying to find some space, looking for that tying answer. 3.5 to play. Teemuyy still holding, trying to work his way in front, but a great defensive play there made by Capusta, who will once again slow things down and get a line change out with his forwards.
And this what we see a lot in this game, where players just want to get those fresh legs on the ice and try to use that to their advantage.
One-time shot from the point, blocked and out of play, and feels like we're kind of seeing shades of that second period and overtime from game 1 that you mentioned earlier, Soaply. A bit of a slower pace, opportunities having to really be earned through just finding that little bit of space to get that play off.
Yeah, absolutely, and both guys just don't want to give up the puck too easily to each other. They're looking for the perfect opportunities.
And I think it says a lot, too, about the defensive abilities of both these two guys as Teemuyy has it, 5 seconds to go, trying to find one more opportunity. Controls it with hints of the right boards. Backhand shot saved by Blackwood. And that will do it for period number 1. Capusta with a 1-0 lead. His championship hopes on the line. He's up after 20 minutes of play.
He is up, and honestly, so far, after Capusta has got the lead, it looks like Capusta is also trying to slow the game down a little bit. Just like Teemuyy did when he was up in that game 1, where he was just holding on to the puck, looking very careful with it, and we kind of see the similar thing here as Capusta. Obviously, he needs to win this game to stay alive in the tournament, so it does make sense. But at least from my perspective, I feel like he really should try to extend that lead to 2 here.
These two tied for the lowest goals allowed per game during the group stage of the top 16 at 2.5. So 2 players that have proven that they are more than capable of denying in their own end defensively, and you're seeing that a bit right now with the lack of opportunities that really either player have found. But we're underway for period number 2. You do want to make sure we shout out and thank our amazing sponsors, COVID I'm not going to see, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support. As Teemuyy controls in the offensive zone, and again, it's just looking to open up a little bit of space here, down by 1 goal. Gives it over to Duchesne at the right side, trying to find a shot, but bump from behind, and Capusta begins to break out as he gets a line change over on the left side. Gives it over to Nelson. In the offensive end now is Capusta. Controlling with Nelson still on that pass back. Backhand shot there, stopped by Odinger. And here comes Teemuyy up the ice with speed. But turns it over in the neutral zone, and Capusta once again showing the defensive ability. We talk about the offensive skill, but you have to be just as good defensively to deny your opponent. He's been able to do that so far. Going in at the point with Taves. One-time shot from Nature's blockered aside by Odinger. Jake Odinger has been stellar so far in this series for Teemuyy. Was another shot denied by Odinger.
We see Capusta going for that play again. Obviously, why not when your opponent lets you? I'm just really wondering how Teemuyy hasn't really been able to adjust to that play where Capusta, it seems like every time he's circling around in the corners, it feels like he's looking for that play to open up, and every time it does, he's able to get that shot on, and that time Teemuyy does get bailed out by the goaltender.
There's a chance here for Capusta, looking for a shot, and he scores! Ross Colton puts Capusta up by a pair in the second period.
A great slap shot play from the defensive zone. He's able to find that stretch pass with that slap shot and get a breakaway, and the finish just on the short side. It almost looked like he just walked it in. But yeah, 2-0 Capusta now.
8th shot of the game for Capusta. Teemuyy in the offensive zone now gets his 3rd shot of the game right there. He's held on to and saved by Blackwood.
We're kind of seeing a similar situation, just the other way around as we saw in the previous game, where honestly, it seems like Teemuyy is down and out at this point. It doesn't seem like he's getting too many opportunities, only 3 shots on goal. He just got the 3rd one, but you never know. We saw it last game where Capusta was able to make a 3-goal comeback in the 3rd, so the game is not just over yet.
Shot on from Johnston at the point, stopped by Odinger, and I mean, you mentioned it, Sopley, we just haven't really seen Teemuyy earn a lot of opportunities, which it's one thing when you're tied, it's one thing when you're up, but when you're down by a pair, you only have 3 shots on net late in the second period. Teemuyy gonna have to find a way to adjust this. That shot from the point, blocked again, another example of it right there.
Yeah, another great block in front of the net, and Capusta just playing it smart, getting that line change in, and fresh legs coming down the wing.
Shot from Natchez hits the side of Odinger, and now Teemuyy trying to work this up. A 2-on-1 potentially here. Pass across, shot on, saved by Blackwood. Teemuyy still pushing, however, in the offensive end. Controls at the right face-off circle. Shot there, blocked in front. Capusta trying to get out of his own zone, and he does. As Brock Nelson controls it in the neutral zone and gets it past the blue line, but turned over and picked up by Teemuyy in the neutral zone. Robertson at the right boards. Teemuyy looking for some space. Less than a minute to play here in the second period, and he scores! Banks in off the post, and exactly what the doctor ordered, Teemuyy cuts the lead in half.
What a snipe. I feel like I've seen that before. Might have been Teemu scoring that exact short side snipe in that overtime last game, and there it is. He's back within one.
Shades of the game winner, and Teemuyy needed that ever so desperately. Cuts the lead down the one, a 2-1 score. 4 seconds to go. Capusta in the offensive zone looking to get that goal back. Shot on, saved by Ottinger. And that will do it for period 2. Capusta was able to find the goal, but Teemuyy finds one right back late in that second period. We've got a 1-goal game. Capusta looking to push this to a game 3. Teemuyy looking to clinch his spot in the finals.
What a save there on those dying seconds by Ottinger for Teemu, and Capusta's lead stays at 1, and we remember last game we saw that big save from Capusta's goaltender, which went on to Capusta making the comeback, and now Teemu got one from his goaltender. Now he's going in the offensive zone to take the face-off, and maybe he's able to complete the comeback in this game.
You remember, it was in that third period in game 1 where everything really seemed to open up for both of these guys. 7 goals combined, 5 for Capusta, 2 for Teemuyy. So it'll be interesting to see if we see a similar shade in this game too, as Teemuyy controls in the offensive zone, looking for the tying answer here on this possession. Working his way forward, can't find any space, however, and it's turned over. Carr moves it up the coil. Capusta with possession as he controls in the neutral zone, is forced to reset. It's a line change, and you're seeing a lot of the patience for Capusta really pay off, getting those line changes, keeping fresh bodies out there. He turns it over in the offensive zone, and now here comes Teemuyy down the other way, with some speed up the right boards. Under duress from behind, but not able to get that puck off of him was Capusta. Teemuyy with the left boards. Controls at the face-off circle. See Capusta getting a little bit aggressive, trying to kind of manually apply some pressure on Teemuyy, just waiting for that opportunity to arise, trying to find the one-timer. Doesn't find the pass perfectly, and Duchesne finds it for him afterwards. Gets up to the point to Dumbo. Very similar possession to what we saw in overtime from Teemuyy. Not able to get a good shot on net on it this time around, as Capusta down the other end and with some speed. Gives it over to Nelson. Nice little move, gives it a shot from McKinnon. Checked off his stick right in the nick of time for Teemuyy. The left wall with speed. Controlling a big hit there, laid on by Capusta, creates the turnover. He approached the halfway point of his third period. He has it in the offensive zone. Pass across, shot on, blocked aside by Ottinger. Teemuyy takes possession here, and at what point, Sopley, do you feel like the desperation starts to seep in just a tad for Teemuyy, knowing that you're down by 1 and that clock starting to dwindle down?
Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of offensive zone time here, as once again he's cycling in Capusta's end, so I think he is happy where he is right now, and he's just looking for something to open up. There it is, but huge blocker save.
There's another save there in the glove of Blackwood. You said it just then, he's starting to find those opportunities that we didn't see from him in those first 2 periods. You see a pause as well from the side of Capusta, likely looking to kill off that full pressure meter and get some stamina back.
Yeah, absolutely needed that timeout right there, because Teemu was definitely getting that pressure on. He was finding those opportunities in the offensive zone, but Capusta just able to break that momentum using the timeout and get his first line on the ice.
It's 8 minutes to go here in regulation. Capusta holding on to a 1-goal lead. He has it in the offensive zone right now, working it around at the point. Gives it up to Wood over at the right side. Bump from behind. And now Teemuyy looking to push this thing forward. Hooked off of his stick. Nice defensive play there made by Capusta. As in the offensive zone with Nathan McKinnon. Looking for some space in the high slot. Circling around over at left face-off circle. Up to the point to Makar, now to Nichushkin. Back to McKinnon. Capusta holding it around, taking his time. And that clock is his friend. Less than 5 minutes to go. Up by 1. Doesn't need to rush or force anything here. He loses possession there as Teemuyy had a little battle for the puck, but controls it with Bork and will now set the offense up. 3.5 to go. Teemuyy looking for the tying answer. Up 1-0 in the series, but down 2-1 in this game too. A win punches his ticket into the final. A win for Capusta gives us a decisive game 3. As a shot from the point scores! Matt Dumba off the post and in, and Teemuyy ties it late in regulation.
Out of nowhere, Dumba just steps up on the right side, the right-handed shot. He's able to get that green-timed one-timer off the post and in. And, hey, we have another game where we have a late tying goal.
These two players have a flair for the theatrics, to say the least. They just continue to make these tight situations late in these games. We've got another one here with the series on the line. Less than a minute to play. Teemuyy from down 2-0 ties this at 2 apiece, and he has possession in the offensive zone. He controls it at the right wall, trying to pass it in front. The shot was saved, however, by Blackwood. That was Jamie Benn that had put that shot on net.
Yeah, great play. He was able to find that man in the middle for the shot, but seems like the goalies are very, very good on those sort of shots in this game, so just not able to score from it.
Yeah, we've seen both goaltenders step up for these two players. Jake Ottinger on the side of Teemuyy, Mackenzie Blackwood on the side of Capusta. 17 seconds to go. Holding it at the left side, Teemuyy in the offensive end and looking for the winner and the series clincher. Under duress from Ross Colton, and that's going to be bumped off his stick, and Capusta going to have one last rush here. Gets in a quick line change, 3 seconds to go, now down the 1. Has it with O'Connor, shot not going to get off before time expires, and what do you know, we've got overtime for the second straight game, but this time, a spot in the finals will be on the line.
Overtime, just like that. Both games in OT, and Teemu, if he's able to do what he did in game 1, he makes his way to the finals. But then, if Capusta is able to come out on top, we're headed to a game 3. Let's see how this goes.
Teemuyy has in the offensive zone. Shot there was poked off his stick. And here comes Capusta. The pressure on him to keep his hopes alive for a title. Can he do so here? Controlling it with McKinnon. Has it at the right faceoff circle. Looking for some space. Working it back over to McKinnon after being over at the high point. Back to Makar at the left point. Holding it around. Not under much pressure from Teemuyy. Is allowing him to take his time to create an opportunity. Capusta shot on, hits the side of Ottinger. Controls it again here with Nichushkin. From behind, gets it back, however, and a delayed penalty going to be called against Teemuyy. Capusta playing around with it here, knowing he has a power play potentially coming up unless he scores here. Manson at the left point, moves forward, backhand shot, he scores! Capusta wins it in overtime, and we're going to a decisive game 3.
Well, if I said about Teemu's short side snipe that I feel like I've seen that before, I feel like I've seen that play before as well from Capusta. He's able to backskate to the front of the net and tucks it 5-hole for the overtime winner. And these two, just overtime after overtime, now they're headed to the deciding game 3. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another overtime after this.
These two players have been darn near inseparable, and Capusta responds to an overtime loss with an overtime win, and it is only fitting that this series will be decided by a deciding game number 3. Capusta with the 3-2 overtime victory. And man, oh man, that's gotta really sting for Teemuyy. Down 2-0, he makes the comeback. Thought he may have had something there early on in overtime, but Capusta able to find that goal late. And I mean, you said it so, Bully. Capusta, he has looked for that backhand play in front off of that kind of spin move. It's worked for him multiple times, and it worked for him in the biggest moment of the series.
Yeah, we've seen that exact play so many times. He's always looking for it, and it works for him. I mean, why change it if it works, you know? And that's one of those things that Teemu just has to find a way to stop, because both of these games, the comeback, that exact play was a huge part of why Capusta was able to make the comeback in game 1 to push it into overtime, and now Capusta is able to win a game with that exact play. So if you're them, you just have to find some sort of a way to stop it, and preferably not by taking penalties, because we've seen that happen on those plays a lot as well.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that right before that goal, there was a delayed penalty, so Capusta would have been on the power play regardless, but nevertheless, he didn't need it. He got the game winner in overtime, and we've got game number 3 on tap. These players not wanting to waste any time. The winner of this one punches their ticket in the final. The winner of the Cisu Nikki Dangles matchup awaits them. We will have that series at the conclusion of this one. We've got pressing matters on hand, and Teemuyy isn't going to let us get the intro through. He scores just minutes in to game number 3.
Another snipe top corner by Teemuyy. He's got the first goal of this game 3, and I mean, we're off to a really quick start in this game 3, so maybe this will open up things.
And it's the former Avalanche winger Mikko Rantanen that scored it. We saw a quick chance there for Capusta, but stopped by Oettinger. Teemuyy looking to work this up with speed, and you wonder if this might be another one of those high-flying sequences that we've seen from these two. They haven't come often. When they have come, they have been a treat to watch as Teemuyy controls it in the offensive end, poked off his stick, but recovers it at the right corner. Teemuyy taking his time, moves it up to the point. Has it with Dumba. Got the game-tying goal for Teemuyy in that game 2 prior to overtime. Has it at the left boards, looking for some space, and gives it up to Sagan at the point. Capusta trying to pressure him, gets it off the stick for a moment. He's able to kick it down to the corner to Ben, who's tied up once again. Bay Hintz finds it. Teemuyy still somehow in possession, but finally loses it. And here comes Capusta, and looks like he's going to back out of it to allow his line mates to change out. Over in the neutral zone, and here comes Teemuyy with some speed. Teemuyy trying to get that backhand shot, but stick lifted off of his stick, but he gets it back. Turned over there as Capusta now in control of it. In the offensive zone. Trying to pass that across, but disrupted. Now Teemuyy, possession, trying to work it down the other end. Johnston past the blue line and under some pressure from behind. Nice move from Teemuyy, but not able to get a shot off. 11 minutes to go here in period 1. Teemuyy kicked off the scoring just over a minute into this game. A 1-0 score. Looking to punch his ticket into the final here. Either of these two players awaiting their spot there. With a shot on it, he scores! Teemuyy up by 2. It's Mason Marchment who does the job for Teemuyy.
A great goal. He's able to find that little pass in the middle, just waits out the goaltender, shoots it in the opposite corner. A beautiful goal, and now it's the exact same situation as we saw in game 1 of this series, where it feels like Teemuyy just scores from every chance he gets in the first period. Now he's up by 2. That time he was up by 3. Maybe he's able to get another one here to match that first game of the series.
Seen a couple of comebacks already. Could we see a third here as, again, Capusta down by 2. That pass across and the shot on doesn't get all of Oettinger. That one does, but Oettinger makes the save. Teemuyy plays it out, but Capusta finds it, controls it with McKinnon, and looking for an offensive play. Has it with Makar at the point, back to Nichushkin. Back to Makar, working at that high point, trying to find some space. Makar controlling it, goes back to Nichushkin again. Goes down the passing a bit, goes back to Makar. That shot was blocked in front, but Capusta gets it back with Wood. At the left corner, goes behind the net, trying to pass in the front, but disrupted by Teemuyy and finds his way to Oettinger, and he'll play it out. 5.5 to play here in period 1. Teemuyy up by 2 goals here in game 3. Looking to hold on to this lead. Neither player has been able to hold on to the leads that they have had so far in this series. It's a shot on! He scores! Wyatt Johnston! Well, you said it, so please. Shades of game 1.
Exactly. 3-0. Once again, it just seems like everything is clicking for them right now. And how about the ability to just finish every time you get in close to the net? Teemuyy just has been showing that he can score from any angle when he gets the puck in those sort of positions. And he does it once again. 3 shots, 3 goals. And Capusta needs another 3-goal comeback.
And if you're just now joining us, you weren't with us in game 1, Teemuyy had a 3-0 lead. Capusta was able to come all the way back, even led 5-4 late in the third period, but Teemuyy was able to find the game-tying goal with 30 seconds to go, went on to win that game 6-5 in overtime. And then in game 2, Capusta had his own lead, a 2-goal advantage in the first period. But then Teemuyy able to find his way back, tied things up at 2 apiece. But Capusta, with his championship hopes on the line, won it in overtime as he gets a shot on. A beautiful save, though, from Odinger. So I say all of that to say, we've seen big comebacks in this series already in the first 2 games. Capusta gonna hope that he can have one more in his bag in this game 3 as Teemuyy controls in the offensive end, trying to pass that across, but the pass was a little bit off. 2 seconds to go. A shot from the point. Off of the pad of Blackwood, and that will do it for the first period. A 3-goal lead for Teemuyy. 3 goals on 4 shots. Nothing short of stellar here in this first period from him.
I have to say it once again. I feel like I've seen this before. The shots, the goals, completely identical to game 1 of this series in the first period. 4-3 in shots for Teemu, and he's up 3-0. And how about the save Odinger made on Capusta's cross-crease chance right there towards the end of the period? Just an unbelievable save, and keeps the game at 3-0 heading into the second.
Yeah, I mean, a shout out to Logic Gone in the chat. He just said as well, a replay of the game 1. I mean, it certainly looks like it. We are underway for the second frame, and remember, this is where Teemuyy had that 3-goal advantage, was in that second period as the shot on blockered away from Blackwood. You feel like that next goal, if we do get it, is going to be quite critical. If Capusta can find it, he'll have that opportunity to pull off that comeback, but a 4-goal comeback, that's when things get a little bit dire for him, and Teemuyy probably feels a lot better about his chances compared to what he might right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be interesting to see. At the very least, so far in the second period, Teemuyy has been creating those scoring chances, and he gets the goal, and it is 4-0. It's really tough to see how Capusta is able to try and come back from this.
We said he would be hunting for that 4th goal. He does find it right there. Mikko Rantanen once again. That just a little backhand forehand move, Sopley. You know, the more things change, the more things stay the same. That has been a patented scoring option on the 1v1 side for years. Teemuyy pulls that out of his deep bag of tricks and scores on it right there.
Yeah, the ability to just know exactly what to do in close to the net. Teemuyy just shows why he's one of the best in Europe at exactly that.
And he has it in the offensive zone again right now. And if you are Teemuyy, obviously you don't want to get too comfortable because you've already seen Capusta come back from a big deficit, but having that 4-goal lead, you have to feel a little better than you did as he gets that shot on, rocketed away, gets another shot but denied by Blackwood. I feel like if you're Teemuyy, you don't change a thing. You can't take your foot off the gas pedal because Capusta has already kind of shown you what he's capable of in this series.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what happened in that game 1, where Teemuyy just started to slow things down a lot, but it's exactly why Capusta was able to have any sort of a chance to come back in that one, and now Capusta scores again, so okay, I'm not gonna say anything just yet, just because I'm just gonna jinx it. It's 4-1 now.
That's how you know you're a broadcaster, my friend. When you jinx a player, you jinx a team, that's how you know you have that broadcaster's touch. Capusta gets himself on the board, cuts that lead down to 3. So we've seen a 3-goal comeback, we've seen a 2-goal comeback. Capusta trying to one-up things and make it a 4-goal comeback as we approach the halfway point of this game. He has it in the offensive zone again, controls it over at the right face-off circle, under a little bit of pressure from behind, but still has possession of it. He was up to the point to Makar. One-time shot from Lehkonen goes wide. Delayed penalty here going to be called against Teemuyy. Capusta has a power play coming up unless he scores here. Has it with Makar, looking for space. Loses possession there, and McKinnon gets in the neutral zone. Capusta trying to work his way past the defensive Teemuyy. And Teemuyy will touch up on it, and a power play now coming up for Capusta as Heiskanen will head to the box.
Yeah, and as soon as I mentioned the fact that Teemuyy was starting to keep going on the offense and keep creating chances, unlike in game one, Capusta just turned things around completely and fully takes control. He got one on the board, and now he's got a power play to try and score the second.
Also with McKinnon right now is, if he gets that second goal here, you feel like all of a sudden things get a little bit scarier for Teemuyy, seeing that lead cut in half to 2. So far, so good for Teemuyy on the penalty kill. Hasn't allowed any shots and has it in the offensive end right now. Bumped off for that puck, and now Capusta working into the offensive end. Controls it with Wood. Gives it back behind him. Shot on, off to the right pad of Odinger. As Teemuyy controls it, 10 seconds to go on the man advantage for Capusta, and Heiskanen will come out of the box, and we're back to even strength. Teemuyy able to kill off that penalty. He has in the offensive end. That pass across was disrupted there away from the play. Now Capusta trying to counterattack. Gives it to Landeskog. Shot on, was poked off his stick before he could get it off. Controls it with Druid. With the right boards, gives it back to the point to Manson. Now the Taze. Back to Manson. Capusta cycling this around, looking for space for a shot. Gives it back to Taze once again. Moving forward. Deflecting away from that puck, the bump from behind, and now Teemuyy with possession and working down the end with speed. A 2-on-1 for Teemuyy. Forehand shot, and he scores! The deception of Teemuyy! Mikko Rantanen scores again for him, a hat-trick goal, and just like that, his lead back up to 4.
And there we see it once again. Teemuyy just makes it look so easy. He just glides on the backhand and knows exactly when to move to the forehand and just shoot it. Just a really simple play, but very hard to defend there when it's a 3-on-1 situation for Capusta to try and defend. And I mean, Teemuyy just so deadly and close to the net.
And that feels like the goal that Teemuyy lacked in that game one when he had that big lead, really getting that one to respond to the momentum when Capusta was able to punch back. That was what he didn't have in game number 1. He finds it here in game 3, and it feels like that changes the complexion of things just a little bit with just 90 seconds to go in period 2.
Yeah, it absolutely does, as now, even if Capusta is able to get the next one, at the very least, Teemuyy would still be up by 3, and it wouldn't be like Capusta has a crazy momentum going on, so definitely a great goal to get for Teemuyy.
Fair safe there from Odinger, 5 seconds to go. Teemuyy in the offensive end, works it down low behind the net, finds Rupe Hintz, backhand shot! Saved by Blackwood, time expired anyways, but Teemuyy with a 5-1 lead in full control, 20 minutes away from booking his ticket into the final.
Yeah, and I don't want to say it just yet, because I feel like every time I do, it's just gonna jinx everything, and then we see a crazy comeback here. Or honestly, I might as well just say it. Teemuyy is looking like he's going to the finals. Because I mean, you know, the worst thing that could happen is this game gets out of control and we see another overtime. I kind of like it, so let's just call it already. Teemuyy looking really strong here and looking to add to it.
You know, for the entertainment factor, I'm honestly not against it. I'm not sure how happy Teemuyy would be with you, but hey, for the entertainment, I'm for it. I'm sure the viewers are for it. We are underway for period number 3, and Capusta controls it in the offensive zone. He's bumped from behind, and Teemuyy collects the puck off of that turnover. Nice little move there, put on from Teemuyy. Pass to Johnston, couldn't get the pass across to connect. And now for Capusta, you feel like you just kind of have to throw everything you can. This is where you want to get a little bit aggressive and take some chances, because really, what do you have to lose knowing that your championship hopes are on the line here in this game?
Yeah, absolutely nothing to lose. You just have to full gas, no brakes. Just have to go for it and try to get something going.
As he controls it in the offensive end, Capusta working it around, has it at the point. Works it over on the side. He gives it back to Manson. Shot on, blocked in front. Gets it back, however, over at the corner. Shot on, blocker to side by Odinger. We don't talk about goalies too often on the 1v1 side, but Ottinger has been nothing short of spectacular so far for Teemuyy as a backhand shot on a breakaway from Natchez, stopped by Ottinger right on cue.
Yeah, I love how you're trying to jinx Teemuyy's goaltender now.
I mean, hey man, you said you wanted some entertainment, so I figured I'd help you. If we're gonna jinx, we're gonna go down together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Teemuyy is a veteran. He knows this stuff. Sometimes he has to play against EA. Sometimes he has to play against the commentator's curse. And right now he's having to fight against the latter one.
Well, he's doing both and doing both well as he controls it over at the left corner, just trying to kill off this time halfway through the third period, up by 4. He has it at the point with Lindell. And you're seeing, we talked about neither player really being aggressive defensively. Capusta was right there, but Teemuyy makes him pay. Maverick Bork puts it in the back of the net, and if you had any doubts, Teemuyy may have just put him to rest right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we see Capusta just has to get aggressive at some point, and Teemuyy will use that to his advantage. He gets another one, and that more or less puts the series away.
Up by 5, a shot from Capusta at the point, blocked in front. And you know, give Capusta his credit. We talked about him earlier, the #1 seed, the deepest he has gone in a tournament. Really the second tournament that we've seen from him even participate in on the 1v1 side. A player that has really made his name known in this community over the last year or two. This isn't the last time we're going to see him on his stage, and you feel like he is really close to breaking through and fighting that title, even if it's not going to come this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those things that where it's a little bit different always when you get this stage, and after this you're gonna have one more experience of it going forward. So obviously gonna be a good thing to have going forward as well as an experience.
As we do apologize for the technical difficulties there. Again, Teemuyy up 6-1 here in the third period. This game pretty much under wraps, but nevertheless, I mean, you mentioned it with Capusta, you know, a player that is so skilled and just experienced to add on to what we have seen from him. We talked about it. He made it into that top 32 in this tournament a season ago, makes it even further this time around, making it into that Final Four. Pushed it to 3 games, which just goes up against a tough opponent in Teemuyy, who similarly to Capusta, was trying to find his ways to bring you back into the booth here. Brandon B. Major Bixby with you. My friend Soap, but he had already insted him over to my right. And again, Teemuyy, a player that also has been trying to push his way forward, a little more experienced, but hasn't found his way into the final, is able to do so here. Well deserved for him, and finally able to make it into that final stage that he's been pushing for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the guys that's just always there battling for these positions, and now he's in the finals. And obviously, once again, the level of opponents he's gonna have to face is gonna be a little bit tougher going into those finals. But great series win from Teemuyy. He was able to come out with an overtime win, an overtime loss, and then in game 3, just completely dominant and moves on into the finals.
Yeah, and I do want to make sure that we do say this too. Remember, it was Teemuyy that we were watching on the streaming side, so no rage quit or anything. Capusta, great sportsmanship on his side, so just wanted to make sure we cleared his name there of anything since we had that disconnect. A big congratulations to Teemuyy. We will see him in the final, facing off against either Nikki Dangles or Cisu, as we do see the final seconds here between Capusta and Teemuyy. And it will be Teemuyy moving his way on to the finals. There's one more chance from Capusta, not going to go. Teemuyy, a 6-1 victory in game number 3. He moves his way into the final. Congratulations to him. Congratulations as well to Capusta on a great run. He'll still earn himself 150 euros in his bank account, so not too bad of a consolation prize. But as you mentioned, Soaply, we will be seeing our series between Cisu and Nikki Dangles here in just a matter of moments. Before we do get to that, we're going to take a short break, get things set up for that matchup. But before we do want to remind you guys one more time, make sure you join us again right here on Sunday for our ECL 6v6 final over on the Elite side here at twitch.tv/ReactDeoMedia. We have the number 2 seed Mythics going up against the number 1 seed in Last Dance. Start time set for 19 CEST. Mythics, their first ever finals appearance, a team that have been on the rise over the last 3 months, the FCL champions this year, making their first ever finals appearance on the European side of things. Well, Last Dance, obviously the final season for Eki, playing full-time competitively. The first time that we have seen a few different players in this finals stage, while you have a couple other guys like Hanselino and Puanso looking for their first championship since 4 years ago. So make sure you join us for that coverage right here on Sunday. Start time set for 19 CEST, less than 48 hours from now. So if you're loving this coverage, make sure to join us on the 6v6 side as well. So we get things set up here for our next matchup between Cisu and Nikki Dangles. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere, my friends. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us. B Major alongside my broadcast partner, Sopely. We just saw Teemuyy take a 2-1 series victory over Capusta. He now awaits the winner of our series that we are about to see starting out in just a few minutes as Cisu will be facing off against Nikki Dangles. And Sopely, so much to look forward to heading into this series. Two guys that have established themselves as two of the best players, not just in all of Europe, but arguably in all of the world. Cisu, a former ECL 1v1 champion, and Nikki Dangles, a finalist a season ago, lost in Game 3 versus Templeton, but someone that is also a former champion in multiple other tournaments himself.
Yeah, these two guys are some of the names in Europe that you don't really even need to introduce to most people because they've just been there for the past few years. I mean, it just seems no matter what tournament it is, these guys find themselves in these sort of situations. We've got to cover these guys' games last year. Pretty sure both of them did play in the ECL 1v1 finals broadcast. So yeah, obviously two guys that just always tough challenge, and one of them will make the finals and the other one won't have a spot in the finals this time.
Yeah, honestly stunning that you could only choose really between one of these two guys to make it into the final. But hey, we at least get it guaranteed that these two will be playing in a playoff series. And speaking of a playoff series, let's take a quick look at the bracket to just kind of show you how these two got here up to this point. As you mentioned, Teemuyy moving his way into the finals, knocking off the #1 overall seed Capusta in 3 games. But our attention, again, being turned to the men on the bottom of your screen. Nikki Dangles winning a tight series over Firecats. Took him all the way to 5 games, but was able to find his way through into that semifinals. While for Cisu, able to make quick work of a former ECL 1v1 champion, if you go back to the 24 winter season in Picardy. So interesting to see these two match up. Cisu making pretty quick work of his opponent, Nikki Dangles being taken to the very brink, but both of them going up against two of the better players in all of Europe. So definitely battle-tested going up against another top player here in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And from my scouting report, I asked XxKapUstaxX for some information on the players going into today, and he put up a long list of things to say about Cisu. Obviously, the Finnish champion from this year's game, possibly the favorite going into the day. It just seems he's on a different level this year. And then about NikkeDangles. All he said was, Nikke is always Nikke. So that's all you need, I guess. to know about NikkeDangles. So yeah, gonna be interesting to see how these two match up.
As we do, we will give you a quick look as well at the matchup between these two players, how they have done heading into this series, and you just kind of take a look at the head-to-head. I mean, both of these guys just absolutely stellar, especially in the playoffs, and I find it interesting because they've been so different. Obviously, Cisu has played a couple less games than Nikki Dangles, but only 15 goals for, but yet he's played 3 games, he's only allowed 6 goals. Nikki Dangles, on the other hand, 5 games played, but he scored 31 goals, but allowing 24. So he's allowing a little over 4 a game, but he's averaging 6 a game. Cisu, in less games played, averaging about 5 goals per game and only allowing 2. So 2 very different paths to getting here, but yet easily, as you mentioned, 2 of the best players in the 1v1 scene, bar none.
Yeah, absolutely. And one more thing to note about Cisu's road to this point in the tournament, he beat Pikkari 3-0 with a sweep in those quarterfinals. Another statement to make at this level to get to this point. And I mean, you just look at the numbers, 15 goals for, 6 goals against. That means 5-2 was the average score in those games. And then for Nikki Dangles, we know what kind of offense he's capable of. 31 goals for in that first round of these playoffs. Just unbelievable numbers.
And we'll get to hear from both of these two men as we have Cisu joining us now. Cisu, first and foremost, congratulations on making it to this point. Thank you for taking a few minutes to talk to us as well here. You know, my first question for you, you know, what do you feel like has led to your success so far in this tournament run?
Yeah, nice to be here. I think my lead to success has been that I have played this game a lot, and there has been that I have been so consistent on this game, and yeah, I just think that I have played good like whole journey.
Well, it certainly showed in the results for you so far. Cisu, don't want to take up too much of your time. One more question for you. You and Nikki Dangles, so familiar with each other. You mentioned it consistently that you've played well. What do you believe will be a key for you in this series?
I think my straight attacking game style fits good against Nick, and I don't know, I have to be like passive and good to win, so that's it.
Well, hey, it's going to be a fun matchup. 2 really high-end players. You're always both so fun to watch. Cisu, thank you again so much for taking the time, and best of luck. All right, a big thank you to Cisu as we'll now get set to hear from Nikki Dangles on the other side of this matchup as well. Nikki, first of all, thank you for taking the time. Congratulations on making it to this point. I'll ask you the same 2 questions I just asked Cisu. What do you feel like has led to your success so far in this tournament?
To be honest, I don't even know, because I don't really like to play the game that much this year. So, I don't know. My basic gameplay. Fast-paced hockey, I guess.
Just the natural ability. We've seen you show it out plenty of times. One final question for you. We've seen you and Cisu match up so many times in the past. What do you believe is going to be a key for you to win this series?
I just need to play good defense. I think that is the key to win the series.
Hey, good defense and natural ability. It sounds like a pretty good pairing to me, my friend. Thank you again so much for taking the time. Best of luck to you here in the series.
Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to both Cisu and Nikki Dangles for taking a few moments before these games to chat with us. Always nice to kind of get a word from the players. And, you know, you saw both of them kind of stress the importance of defense. Obviously, Nikki Dangles saying, I don't even know how I got here. But Cisu saying, I got here through consistency. So kind of interesting to hear both some similarities and some differences on their paths to this point and what they think is going to be important for them to win this series.
Yeah, and I think my scouting report was pretty well done by Gibe when he said that Nikke is always Nikke. So yeah, he didn't even know how he's here, but he's always Nikke, and somehow he's found himself in the top 4 spot once again. And obviously, Cisu just has been so great all year. throughout NHL 25 that he is the slight favorite going into this one. But obviously, the big games, the big moments, you can never count Nick out.
Yeah, and you know, you look at Nick A, just kind of talking about him a little bit. He is undoubtedly one of the best players in the world, whether it's the 6v6 side, the 1v1 side. Honestly, at this point, put him at goalie, and I'm pretty sure he would thrive there too. He just always seems to have that ability to step up in the moment and not just meet it, but even surpass it. It's going to be really interesting to see how he looks heading into the series, especially considering that, you know, like Cisu said, he has been as consistent as he has been really throughout as any time as we have seen him throughout his career. And that says a lot for someone that is a former champion and even is the Finnish champion as recently as this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really, really great performance all year once again. And let's see if he's going to be able to push himself into another final.
As we'll see if he can pull it off. Either of these guys would be a repeat ECL 1v1 champion. We saw Nikki Dangles get there in the past, Cisu winning it a couple of seasons ago. As we're underway for a game number one, again, this series being a best of three. The first of two wins will find their way into the final to face off against Teemuyy. As we are watching this one from the perspective of Cisu wearing the old alternate Colorado home uniforms, while Nikki Dangles in the road Colorado uniforms. Both these two using the same team this time around. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see what the differences are. As, again, you kind of see sometimes a team selection be a little bit different for each player. These two going with the exact same in the Colorado Avalanche. So really less of a discrepancy, I guess, in terms of what's going to decide things in this series.
Yeah, and I think I know the reason for the team selection. Both of these guys, they like to be so straightforward with their offense. Colorado, the fastest team, and Drury has a breakaway here.
Here's Cisu on the breakaway. Forehand shot, and he scores! Cisu kicks off the scoring here in this series. It's Jack Drury on the breakaway.
And there's the speed. The speed of both of these guys. They like to play with this Colorado Avalanche roster, of course, just because all of those fast guys, that time Drury, able to find himself on the breakaway, short-handed, and Cisu's up.
And if I recall, I remember going back and watching the finals from a season ago where we saw Nikki Dangles and Cisu. I'm pretty sure both of these players used Colorado last year, as well as a flying poke check on the breakaway, denied by Nikki Dangles. We see him get aggressive. He thought I was kidding when I said that he could maybe go and goalie and thrive at that too. He showed off a little bit of that right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then a crazy block as well on the rebound to not let Cisu get that 2-goal lead.
Showing off some of the defensive prowess here as Cisu has possession. And again, you're going to see a fast-paced game. Obviously, in the first series between Teemuyy and Capusta, it was a little bit slower, a lot of cycling. Both players kind of just waiting around, trying to pounce on the first opportunity they could get. This series feels like it's going to be a lot more free-flowing, a lot faster of a pace, and potentially more high-scoring as a result of that. There's a shot on for Cisu, and he buries it! Dances his way through the defense, and Cisu with a 2-0 lead here early on.
Potentially higher scoring indeed, and Cisu has 2 already, and I think you're exactly right. These guys are just so offensive heavy in their gameplay. They know how to score. They're just able to counterattack so well, and Cisu, first 2 shots of the game are in the back of the net, and I wouldn't be surprised to see many more coming in this game.
It's not a coincidence that both players said defense would be the key to winning this series. You're seeing why right now. Cisu with a pair of quick goals and up by 2. Nikki Dangles, however, working into the offensive zone. His shot blocked in front. He's already up to 5. Make it 6 right there, but that one doesn't register on net. Another block from Cisu. Cisu in the offensive end now. Works it back to Manson. Pass in front to Landeskog. Puck loose. Shot on. Save made. Another shot gloved in by Blackwood. 10 shots already between these two players. The pace has been rampant. And folks, if you wanted a high-action series, you have come to the right place. Twitch.tv/ReactioMedia. Game number 1 here between Nikki Dangles and Cisu, a rematch of the quarterfinals from last year's 1v1 grand finals. Nikki Dangles won that series 2-1. Cisu, a former FCL champion. Nikki Dangles won the FCL championship last season. So 2 of the best players in all of Europe matching up here. Teemuyy awaits the winner of this series in the final as a shot on from Cisu, denied by Mackenzie Blackwood. Another shot, that one blocked in front from Brock Nelson. Nikki Dangles able to get that off of the stick of Cisu, and it'll take some time and slow things down for a line change. Not often that you'll see the pace slowed down from either of these 2 players.
Yeah, definitely not. Both of them are such straightforward attacking players that you're just gonna see a lot of these counterattacks where they just go all out with three forwards skating forward.
Turned over by Cisu in the neutral zone, and Nikki Dangles once again going to allow his players to get a quick line change. Controlling it now with Nathan McKinnon. Nice little move. Looking for some space, get a shot off. Gets that off from the high slot, blockered away by Blackwood. Still on the offensive end here is Nikki Dangles. Cisu trying to get out of his own zone. Under some pressure, however, struggling to get from behind the net. Moves this forward to Nathan McKinnon and has some speed up the right boards. Stops trying to pass that forward, but it's found in the neutral zone by Gerard. Cisu in the offensive end, gets it back over at the right corner. Shot on, blocked in front. Skies up in the air, finds his way to Nikki Dangles. Less than a minute to play here in period number 1. Nikki Dangles in the offensive zone, moving it with Druid. Shot on, blocker to side there by Blackwood. Nikki Dangles still with possession, less than 10 seconds to go. Manson at the point, moving forward, pass in front, found by McKinnon, down to Manson, to Johnson at the point, shot on, blockered away again by Mackenzie Blackwood, and that will do it for period number 1. Cisu with a 2-0 advantage, and so far, so hopefully this series as fun as advertised.
Absolutely, so much action. Both of them just going for it. 8-7 in shots. If you remember, a couple of those games in that last series had 4-3 in shots through the first period. So a lot more happening in that first period of this game 1 in this series.
We're underway for period 2. Pass in front there. Puck loose near the blue line, or through the blue plate, and Cisu able to find it. Now he's working it on the offensive end, trying to split the 2 defenders, but lost that puck right as he did. Nikki Dangles now taking over possession. As Nathan McKinnon with some speed up the left boards, shot on, stopped by Blackwood. 9th shot of the game for Nikki Dangles, but still looking for his first goal of this one. Cisu with possession. Controls with Nature's one-time shot there goes wide. Another shot! What a save from Blackwood right into the glove and sprawling down on the ice. The goaltending has been phenomenal throughout today. We saw it from Teemuyy earlier, and now we're seeing it for Nikki Dangles. As a breakaway here for Cisu, this is Martin Natchez. Nice defensive effort from Nikki Dangles behind him. And a stop from Blackwood with 15:04 to play. As we get another look at it.
Yeah, we take a look at that play where Cisu's forward had no stamina left, but he was still able to force himself to the front of the net, just not able to get a proper shot on.
Nikki Dangles in the offensive end, looking for that first goal. One-time shot into the pad of Blackwood, and Cisu not going to take any chances. He'll hold on for the stoppage. You feel like for Nikki Dangles, he's gotten a fair amount of opportunities. He's looked as Nikki Dangles could look, just hasn't been able to break through. But you feel like with the way he's playing, his time could be coming here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like he's putting up a really good fight at the very least against one of these players that has been so hot all year in NHL 25 in Cisu. And obviously, Nick, 10 shots on goal already. Not even halfway through the game, feels like he's creating those chances, and it's just a matter of time when he's going to strike.
As in the offensive zone right now, Johnson moving forward from the point, gives it up to the Chuskin. Back to Lindgren, over to Johnson again, shot on, blocker to side by Blackwood. Full pressure here for Nikki Dangles. Gives it up to the Chuskin at the high point, moving forward, backhand shot, gloved in by Blackwood. Cisu going to play this out and try to move forward and push for offense. Dumps it in from the neutral zone. Puck going to be given chase by Nikki Dangles as Cisu just wanted to get a quick line change. Moves into the offensive zone. Coyle controlling it here for Nikki Dangles behind the net. Wraparound shot stopped by Blackwood. Haven't seen that so far today. Nikki Dangles trying anything and everything. His 13th shot of the game. Still looking to break through here for his first score. Over halfway through this game. Controlling it now with Coyle. Puck found by Blackwood, and Cisu just going to hold on to that one. So an offensive zone draw coming up for Nikki Dangles.
He's kept on going on the offense. Nikke just been able to get those shots on, but no goals to report yet.
We've seen 1-2-0 comeback already today, even a 3-0 comeback in our first series as a chance for Cisu, and he scores! Cale Makar puts him up by 3.
And there we see Cisu, the very simple play, just skate up the wing, get around the defenders, and just a very simple backhand finish, roofs it, and he's up by 3, just like that.
And it feels like those have been the plays that Cisu has capitalized on in this game, those quick hitters, as Nikki Dangles responds down the other end. Martin Natchez right off the neutral zone face-off makes this a 2-score game again.
Yeah, a very similar goal. Nikke just skating down the wing, he's able to just get past the defenders. There you see the speed on this Colorado Avalanche team, and the forwards especially, they're just able to burn past the defenders, and once again, a goal exactly like that.
We told you guys the goals were going to be hot and heavy. If you got a drink and you got a snack, you were wise to do so because you're not going to want to get up much during this series. We've got a 3-1 score. Cisu leading Nikki Dangles by a pair of goals, and he has it in the offensive zone. Puck loose in front, picked up by Nikki Dangles, and now he looks to work down the other end. Controls it with Makar. Nice little move from Nikki, trying to pass it across, but it's intercepted by Cisu, who will slow the pace down just a little bit, at least to the standards of these two players. Nice stretch pass there through the middle into the offensive zone, shot on, saved by Blackwood. Cisu still pushing. Has it at the left face-off circle, looking for a shot, can't get it off, but it's found at the left boards by Coyle. One-time blast from the point, stopped again by Blackwood. 12th shot of the day for Cisu. Less than 2 minutes to go. Moves forward to McKinnon, now to Wood. Nikki Dangles, nice little move there on the between the legs deke, but couldn't convert it. Still has it, however, in the offensive zone. Trying to pass that across. That shot goes wide. Gets it back behind the net. Over to Wood. One-time shot from the Chuskin. Puck loose in front. Found by Natchez. 10 seconds to go. Nikki Dangles still on the attack. Trying to get a shot off, but poked off his stick. Cisu, nice little windmill deke, but cannot get it to go. And that will do it for period 2. The action has kept up, but it's Cisu with a 3-1 lead over Nikki Dangles. But Nikki Dangles with a nice response there to end that period to cut the lead to 2.
Yeah, and Nick still, he was able to keep creating those opportunities late into that period after he was able to forecheck very effectively. This is one of those things that seemed like a lot of trouble for the players in that first series that we saw, where the player in the lead was just able to kind of kill the pace of the game. But now Nikke just really, really aggressive, and he's been able to get the puck very, very often in the offensive zone too. And he does again.
Yeah, I was going to say that toe drag shot from the high slot was saved, and he's still pushing here in the offensive end. Has another shot blockered away by Mackenzie Blackwood. 17 saves on 18 shots for the goaltender on the side of Cisu. And here he comes on the counterattack with Jonathan Drouin. Over at the left wall, shot on tipped in front. Puck loose, found by Nikki Dangles. Dangerous opportunity there from Cisu. And Nikki Dangles looking to counterattack, but puck poked off of his stick as he crossed the blue line. Cisu moving it forward to Johnson at the right wall. Gives it up over to Gerard and works into the offensive end. Turned over as Nikki Dangles takes over possession. He gets into the offensive end. Gives it up to Landeskog. Puck loose in front. Battled for. Found by Cisu. And he now looks to push down the other end. Up the left boards with speed with Makar. Backhand shot hits the post. Another chance here as he controls it with Johnson. Shot from Gerard, he scores! Cisu extends his lead back to 3.
The D to D, the green timed one-timer from the point. Gerard just hammers it, and somehow it finds its way into the back of the net. And the Blackwood that has been pretty good in both ends in this game, just gets beat by that shot that looked kind of harmless, but you know, those green timed one-timers, you never know, it might go in.
One Nikki Dangles likely not going to love seeing go past him, but he's going to have to move forward because he's down by 3, and Cisu is on the prowl again. He is denied on that backhand attempt, and now Nikki Dangles works down the other end. Controls it with Brock Nelson, puts on a move, circles back and looking for some space for a pass or shot. Gives it up to the point. Lingering shot on there from Nelson. That one-time blast denied by Blackwood. And the goaltending for Cisu, as good as he has been, has really stepped up for him so far in this game. Now 18 saves on 19 shots from Nikki Dangles.
Yeah, 19 shots, and there's still 11 minutes left to play. I mean, Nick has been throwing pucks on net. That's not the issue, but just the ability to put the puck in the net hasn't been there for him just yet.
Sobley, you're a much more skilled player than I, so I'll ask you this. You've played on these stages in these competitive tournaments before. When you're having a game like this, you feel like you're playing well, you're getting more opportunities, but it just feels like things aren't necessarily going your way. They aren't finding their way into the back of the net, and you have a couple go in on your own end you feel like you could have had back. How do you keep your head on straight and just keep composure and not allow that to affect your game?
Yeah, it's always a tough situation, but obviously Nick is one of the players that's the best at trying to come back from a situation like this. He's obviously seen it all in these sort of tournaments as well, so maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve.
Mental part of this game, such a real thing, and you know, for some of those that are maybe more casual esports watchers, you might think like, hey, you know, it's just the game and everything. There is a true mental tax that you have to pay when you're playing at the competitive scene like this, especially when you do have so many different variables that come out against you that you can't necessarily control. You see Nikki Dangles battling that right now, and Cisu, to his credit, taking full advantage of it. He has earned opportunities and has found himself a 3-goal lead with 3.5 minutes to go here in regulation. We've seen Nikki Dangles pull off some crazy things. This would be amongst one of the craziest here against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, totally. Just under 3 minutes to go, and he needs 3.
He has it in the offensive zone right now, trying to work his way to some space over at the high point. Moving forward, behind the net now. Nice defensive plays here from Cisu, denying Nikki Dangles of any opportunities. Controlling it at the point, gives it up to McKinnon. Towards a high slot, back to Manson. Shot on, blockered away by Blackwood. Another save for Cisu.
And just under a minute left. I mean, it is very hard to see for Nikke to come back, as Cisu is also just in case gonna take that timeout right here to reset the pressure meter.
Yeah, you're never going to see anyone in this stage take too many chances. As a wise move from Cisu. Take that timeout, get your stamina back, and kill off that full pressure meter as he has possession now in the neutral zone. 47 seconds to play. A breakaway with Nachuskin. Forehand shot denied by Blackwood. Cisu still in control of possession. Shot on, puck loose in front, found by Blackwood. Nikki Dangles going to play that out. Desperation time here for him. Moving it forward, up the right board, stick lifted there by Cisu. Another great defensive play from him. Has it in front. Puck battled for and found by Nikki Dangles. 23 seconds to go. And this one looking all but a formality. Cisu going to more than likely take a 1-0 series lead. A shot from Nikki Dangles. Denied by Blackwood as Cisu in control of possession with 10 seconds to go. Nice Nachuskin over at the right boards. A pass back there, a little between the legs pass. Cisu showing off some of that skill that he has as well as the clock winds down. And that will do it for game number 1. Cisu, a convincing 4-1 victory over Nikki Dangles. Phenomenal goaltending for him. Mackenzie Blackwood with a 19-save effort. He takes a 1-0 series lead and is 1 win away from yet another 1v1 finals appearance.
Yeah, and Cisu I feel like the difference maker in this game was the fact that he was just so effective at scoring goals whenever he got the chance. Kind of what we saw Teemu be able to do in that series against Capusta. Felt like every single time these guys have a breakaway or a little passing play to the front of the net, it just feels like they know exactly what to do. And Cisu has just been so deadly, as we saw a couple of those replays where he scored right there in front of the net. As Nikke just wasn't able to quite do that in this one. He did take 21 shots, but only one goal to show for it.
And you look at the stats even deeper too. I mean, he doubled Cisu in time and attack over 13 minutes. Cisu with just a hair under 6 minutes of time and attack. I mean, you look at the stats, you would think that Nikki Dangles would have had more than one goal to show for it. But like you said, Cisu just able to be opportunistic with the chances that he had. I mean, a well-deserved victory no matter what the stats might tell you. But I think it just kind of says more about Nikki Dangles than it does Cisu, that there is room for him to find a few goals, as we'll bring you back into the booth here for just a moment while these two players get things set up. You feel like there is some room for Nikki Dangles to find some goals. It was not from lack of chances. It wasn't from lack of opportunity. It just didn't find his way into the back of the net. And some games like that are bound to happen. I think if you are Cisu, you do have to keep that in mind and figure that Nikki Dangles more than likely going to find more than one goal in the next game or two of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like also this might be one thing that where the difference between how much these guys have played 1v1 this year shows up. Just the fact that, as we saw in the interviews, Cisu said that he's been really consistent, he's been playing a lot during NHL 25, whereas Nikke didn't even know what he's doing in this stage. But obviously, he's just one of those guys, just always a dangerous opponent. But yeah, he said that he hasn't played all that much 1v1 this year at all. So maybe that's one of those moments where it shows. When you have that opportunity, maybe you have like a half breakaway almost, and you're just able to score or not able to score. And that's just the difference.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of his success come over on the 6v6 side, won a championship with Parasite last season. And if you're a Nikki Dangles fan, you can see him again right here on Sunday as he in Last Dance will go up against Mythics in the ECL Elite Division Final. The number 2 versus the number 1 seed Mythics, their first ever appearance in the ECL Elite Finals, the FCL champions this year. A Last Dance looking to take home another championship, their first championship since the ECL 11 season, all the way back when they were under the Philadelphia brand name. Coverage will be starting right here, twitch.tv/ReactioMedia on Sunday at 19 CEST. You can also find us live on our YouTube at ReactioMedia or live on our X account at SportsGamerGG. So you're not going to miss that. Like you mentioned, Soaply, Nikki Dangles focusing maybe not as much on the 1v1 side. Obviously, the success on the 6s side has been plentiful for him. He's going to hope to maybe double up on the championships here, but it's going to take a comeback against a really tough opponent in Cisu, who is also a former champion as well.
Yeah, need a comeback. You're down 1-0 in the series, and as we talked about it, going into this series, Cisu might be the slight favorite here just because of the consistency he has had during NHL 25, and it's just a really tough situation to come back from, but Nikke, obviously one of those guys that if you are gonna bet on someone to do it, he's one of those guys that you want to bet on. But at this point, Cisu, obviously, he scored 4, only letting in 1 goal. We saw the stats before these games. He was really convincing in those previous rounds as well. He's been really good defensively, as we saw him talk in the interviews as well, that the defense is going to be a huge part of it. And so far, in that game 1, he executed that pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, don't let the stats fool you. I know Nikki Dangles had all of the time on attack, had 21 shots on net, but there were a few shots on net that I would say Cisu kind of denied him from having. Nikki Dangles really did have to work to find those opportunities. They did not come easily to him by any stretch of the imagination. And it's going to be interesting to see what the adjustments maybe look like for Nikki Dangles. Soaply, if you are in his position, knowing that you played well, but Cisu maybe just a bit of a step ahead, how much are you looking to adjust here heading into this game too, knowing that you had some success, but at the same time, maybe look to maybe change a few things up, knowing that your championship hopes are on the line?
Yeah, it is a tough situation, obviously. Nick, he played well, but at the end of the day, the very, very good opportunities weren't necessarily there. So maybe just a little bit more patience with the puck, just to wait for a little bit of a better opportunity. I know Nick likes to try to score from every single rush he gets, but maybe just one more pass, one more moment to open up something a little bit better could go a long way in this game too.
Look at the other side now. If you're Cisu, you got that win. You won by a pretty solid margin, a 4-1 victory. He was able to capitalize on a lot of those quick hitters. What do you feel like he needs to do to really keep that success going? And how is he prepared for what is probably an inevitable response from Nikki Dangles here in the second game?
I think he just has to trust the process. He has a very clear game plan that he follows.
Well, Nikki Dangles has one as well, and it comes 46 seconds in. He scores 5-hole past Blackwood, the first shot of the game. Nikki Dangles already up by 1. We said the expected response. Yeah, I was kind of looking at the same thing there. It just kind of trickled in through the 5-hole of Blackwood. But hey, we said it. You know, you got to expect the response from Nikki. He's not going to go down lightly. It may have not been the prettiest goal, but it counts all the same. That response comes really early in that first period.
Yeah, right away. First shift, first shot on net, and it's a goal. And all of a sudden, Cisu is down in this game too.
And Nikki Dangles still pushing for more. That shot hits the bottom right post. And man, you feel like if you're Cisu, you really want some offensive zone time. He's got a 2-on-1 here. Trying to pass that across, but that was denied by Nikki Dangles.
Great play, by the way, too.
And, yeah, he'll slow things down. Yeah, he'll slow things down here and get into the offensive zone. And now is the defense that both of these two players stressed. As a shot on and he scores! Cisu responds with a goal of his own. Valeri Nachuskin ties this up at 1.
And just like that, it's just one of those players. Cisu, whenever he gets that shot opportunity, it just seems so easy for him to score. He's finding that passing lane, he's finding that back of the net, and first shot once again for him, and he scores as well.
And how big of a goal is that for Cisu after surrendering that goal just 45 seconds into this game? Obviously a bit of an odd goal, nevertheless, couldn't really do a whole lot about it. To respond that quickly to get that goal back has to do a lot for the morale, and he may not be done, but Nikki Dangles was able to get that off of his stick. Nikki Dangles working it in the offensive zone. That pass back to the point, intercepted by Cisu, however. Moves it up over to Gerard, a 2-on-1 again here, pass across and he scores! Johnson puts Cisu up by a goal, and I believe Nikki Dangles manual goalied on that one, wasn't able to slide across, and Cisu with 2 unanswered takes the lead.
Yeah, the huge mind games on that play though, as Nikki Dangles took the goaltender very early on that play, and probably knew that Cisu was gonna see that and just hoped that Cisu would end up just trying to shoot it short side, but no, Cisu just waits him out, does make the pass, and then puts it in on that cross crease.
You mentioned the mind games there, the mental aspect of the game. We were talking about that earlier. You know, you look at the first series, that might have worked against Teemuyy, for example. Teemuyy had gone for that forehand shot more times than not, rather than passing it across. Cisu has been more apt to try to move that puck to the opposite side post. Nikki Dangles maybe trying to psych him out a little bit. It didn't work, but again, just kind of interesting, the mental chess match that you see between top players like this.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's one of those situations where both of these guys have played the game so much over the years that they kind of know what people usually do in those exact sort of situations where someone does take the manual goaltender. on a clear 2-0 situation. And that time, Cisu just was able to come out on top with the mind games point.
And they've played each other so many times too, whether it's in the ECL or FCL. Two familiar opponents that are two of the smartest that you will find on the European side of things, as Cisu currently controlling it in the neutral zone, holding a 1-goal lead in the first period. Gets a shot from the point, blockered away by Blackwood. Now NikkeDangles will take over possession and will try to move things forward. Got that quick goal 45 seconds in, but ever since then it has been all Cisu. There's a shot from NikkeDangles, saved by Blackwood, and Cisu not allowing for any second chances. He's pushing down the other end, but an offside called, and that pass back to Manson as he crossed the blue line.
And another play where, if that wasn't offside, he would have been through, and you just see the speed of Cisu's gameplay. He's just gonna find that one simple pass and just full straight line, just like this, and go to the front of the net. It's just a terrifying sight to see on defense when Cisu puts on the jets like that.
Something that a lot of players have had to see and watch and live with. Cisu so dangerous with those opportunities. Again, this is game number 2 of our best of 3 series. Cisu won game number 1, 4-1. One more victory pushes him into the finals. Teemuyy awaits the winner of this series. He defeated Capusta in 3 games earlier in our coverage today. We will have that finals at the conclusion of this series here today. Cisu now working down the other end and has some speed. This is Gabriel Landeskog controlling it. Landeskog's shot on, goes wide. Gets it back at the left corner. Trying to get a shot in front there. It's found by Blackwood. NikkeDangles going to play this out. Less than 90 seconds to play here in period 1. Moves it forward. Past the blue line. NikkeDangles with a chance in the backhand. Scores! Shades of Capusta. That close little spin move into the backhand. And NikkeDangles ties things up at 2 with less than a minute to go in the first.
Yeah, shades of Capusta indeed. His second goal of the game, his second 5-hole goal of the game. And I mean, we've seen that play today. It seems like no matter who is playing against, the perspective of whoever we're watching is just able to find that play so well. And Nikke does, and this is going to be a goal for Cisu, and the game is going to be 3-2.
Cisu strikes back so quickly, doesn't he, as you get a look at that pass across there, just finding him right off of that face-off draw. And you look back at it there, just uncontested on that opposite side there.
Yes, it's one of those plays once again where Cisu just puts on the jets and is able to figure out how to get around the defenders. It's one of those things that it looks easy to defend, but somehow Cisu is one of those guys that just consistently, against everyone in Europe, is able to find that play and just makes it look super easy here.
A high-scoring first period. Can't say we're surprised. 3-2, your score at the end of the first period. And Sopley, you talked about it with Cisu, someone that's just so good offensively during that top 16 in his group. Averaged over 7 goals for per game, 43 in total, and he only allowed 17. He has continued that hot goal scoring so far in the series.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just feels like you can't get away from him. That seems to be the theme.
Cisu is inevitable, and he has a chance here as you see the manual goalie from NikkeDangles again. That time he's able to make the stop.
A great save.
Maybe he was taking me seriously when he heard that comment about playing goalie. He has a breakaway backhand shot, though, denied by Blackwood. And an icing going to be called on the other end, but how about Mackenzie Blackwood for Cisu as you get another look at it here?
Yeah, the slap shot play from Nikke from his own zone to get that breakaway. A great play, but just doesn't quite get rewarded with a goal.
NikkeDangles in the offensive zone, cycling it around, has it with Gerard. The point shot on, saved by Blackwood, but NikkeDangles gets it back and has full pressure activated. Behind the net, under some pressure. Bump from behind. Looking, trying to find some space. He gives it up to Nietzsche at the point. Puck loose in front, but found by Cisu. Cisu now working down the other end. Couldn't find much, however, as NikkeDangles takes over possession. And now jets his way down the offensive end. Nice little move, shot on, another shot, and he scores! Natchez on the rebound! Ties it for NikkeDangles at 3.
And this is exactly what we were hoping for from this series. NikkeDangles, once again, is able to tie it up. And, I mean, just back and forth these guys go, and again, now it's 3-3.
Back and forth they go indeed, and NikkeDangles finding his way to tie it up yet again, but Cisu has punched back almost instantly whenever he's taken a punch, and he does it once again. Cale Makar gives Cisu the lead right back.
Can you stop this guy, is the question. Just look how easy he makes it look. Just skates into the middle, is able to go with a simple backhand forehand, and just roofs it. And once again, Cisu up 4-3. What's Nikke's answer gonna be like?
Well, if you wanted fireworks, he came to the right place as NikkeDangles almost found the response to tie it up again, but was denied on that play defensively. He has it in the offensive zone with Landeskog. Trying to pass that across, but it's picked off by Cisu, and here he comes down the other end with Lekkinen. Gives it back to Girard. Circling around and crosses the blue line. Couldn't force his way down the middle. It's turned over, and NikkeDangles now with possession. Trying to work his way into the offensive zone and does. Finds Nelson, shot on, denied there by Blackwood off of his stick. NikkeDangles still pushing. Halfway through this game now, Cisu with a 4-3 lead. It took 4 goals for him to win game number 1. A 4-1 victory. The way this thing is going, it's going to more than likely take 6 or 7 as the one-time shot denied by Blackwood.
What a save. There we saw Nikke looking on that cycle for that perfect one-timer, and he finds it, but somehow Blackwood is there to make the stop.
Absolutely stellar goaltending from Mackenzie Blackwood for Cisu as a shot from the point saved again by Blackwood. Cisu working into the offensive end, and he scores off the post and into the back of the net. Cisu continues to roll, and it's number 8 once again, Cale Makar, that does the job.
How is it that easy for him? It just looks so simple. He just takes a shot and it goes off the post and in. It just seems like he scores, well, every other shot. He has 10 shots, 5 goals in this game. Once again, just so effective at scoring goals.
A 5-3 score. Cisu up by 2 with 7 minutes to go here in the second period. NikkeDangles, however, not going to go away lightly. He's pushing in the offensive zone as that one-time shot saved by Blackwood. I feel like I have said that 50 times tonight. A nice slap shot play up the right boards, and Cisu looking to push. Trying to get that pass across, but disrupted by NikkeDangles, who is under some pressure, but is able to avoid it for now to get the offense going. 5 minutes to go here in period 2. NikkeDangles in the offensive zone. Pass across. Nobody home to pick that one up. As the puck battled for and found by Cisu in his own zone. Moves it forward to Lindgren. Gives it back. Controlled by Malinsky. Over at the left wall. At the left face-off circle, looking for play. Cisu shot on, deflected in front. And NikkeDangles now taking over possession as that puck going to go out of play, and we'll get a stoppage with 2:55 remaining here in the second period.
There we saw Nikke trying that slap shot breakout move once again, but that time all of his players going for the line change, just hits off someone and goes over the boards.
Bit of a funny bounce there, but nevertheless, NikkeDangles has it in the offensive zone behind the net. Gives it back to Manson. Moving forward, trying to find the play. Puck loose behind the net, picked up again by NikkeDangles. This is Wood controlling it, gives up the Taze at the point, shot on, blockered away by Blackwood. Back up to McKinnon, now the Taze at the point, back to McKinnon, less than a minute to go. Found by Cisu, who's looking to get this out of his own end. A little bit of pressure put on by NikkeDangles, but here comes Cisu, a potential breakaway, backhand shot denied. 3 seconds to go. Nikki Dangles trying to avoid the duress of Cisu, and he's able to do so. But he finds himself down by 2, a 5-3 lead for Cisu. 1 period away from booking his place into the finals against Teemuyy.
And how about the stats? They look pretty much exactly the same way as they did in that game 1. Nick a lot more offensive zone time, a lot more shots. Well, now he's within 1.
Shades of period 1, and it's Martin Natchez with the hat-trick goal 25 seconds in, and Nikki Dangles cuts the lead back down to 1.
And how many times have we seen this? The fast wingers just right off the face-off, just puts on the jets, and a very simple shot short side. He's able to bait the goalie out, moving to the backhand side for just a moment before taking the shot. It just looks so easy for them.
And that looked like almost a carbon copy of the 4th goal scored by Cisu. What a save there from Blackwood. Right off the neutral zone face-off, up the boards, and a forehand shot to beat the goalie. That's almost the exact same goal that we saw from Cisu that gave him the lead. That's a beautiful spin move and backhand shot tonight. Another shot, and he scores! Martin Natchez, he's here, he's there, he's every freaking where. Another goal for him, and Cisu back up by 2 again.
Yeah, I think Natchez might actually have more goals than either of the teams so far in this game. Seems like he's scoring for both of them every single time.
Cisu with a 6-4 lead, and that feels like that's been the story of this game. Whenever Nikki Dangles feels like he's made up some ground, Cisu just finds a way to punch back.
Absolutely.
He has in the offensive zone right now, puck loose and found behind the net by Nichushkin. Cisu looking for some space over at the right corner. Shot in front, doesn't see the net, but Nikki Dangles able to find it as he looks to push forward. 16 minutes to go in the 3rd period. And he has it in the offensive end. Controls it with Girard at the point, shot on. Goes away from the net, and it's picked up by Cisu, who will work this forward. Controls it with Cale Makar. Trying to pass it to the slot, but a nice break up there from Nikki Dangles defensively, who you feel like isn't going to panic too much, but things starting to get dire now. Down by 2, elimination game, and needing 2 goals here at least to tie it. Really need 3 to push us into that game 3, as that shot was saved by Blackwood. .31 to go here in regulation. Cisu holding on to that 2-goal advantage, a 6-4 scoreline. We said it earlier, it took Cisu 4 to win game 1. It was likely going to take more to win this game with the way things were trending as the one-time shot. Denied off of the left pad of Blackwood, and here's a 2-on-1 for Nikki Dangles. Past McKinnon, shot blockered away by Blackwood.
What a save
I'm going to be
once
saying
again.
his name in my sleep tonight. And a breakaway for Cisu, denies the flying poke check and puts it in the back of the net. Samuel Girard puts Cisu up by 3. And could that very well be the dagger for Cisu to make his way into the final?
Yeah, I think it is. It's a 3-goal lead in the 3rd period now, and honestly, Cisu's game plan has just been perfect in this series. He said it in the interview, he just wants to be pretty passive defensively, but then every time he gets the puck, he's just gonna go for it. And he's just so good at scoring goals. He's that good at scoring goals.
Right on cue, my friend. It's Nathan McKinnon this time around. Cisu up 8-4 and running away with this thing now. And you know, I know that the scoreline and the likely outcome of this series is not going to do Nikki Dangles a whole lot of favors, but I mean, in most situations, 4 goals will be enough to win you this game. But I mean, Cisu said it himself prior to the series. He feels like his consistency has been key. This is arguably the best that we have seen Cisu look, which, again, for a former ECL champion, this year's Finnish champion, that's a high bar to clear, and yet here he is, seemingly clearing it. I mean, making it look easy in the process against one of the best players in the world in Nikki Dangles.
Yeah, totally. And you're exactly right. It's unlike we've seen before. We've seen him be able to win those super close series, but now the series at least from the score lines, it's not even close. He's up by 4 here. He won game 1 by 3. Obviously, what happened in those games, a little bit closer than what the score says. But it just seems like Cisu is so good at scoring from his chances that's just separating him from the rest.
He's just the definition of opportunistic, isn't he? I mean, he just always seems to find his way to those chances. And I mean, you look at the shots, it's not a massive difference, 20-17 in favor of Nikki Dangles. I mean, lo and behold, Nikki Dangles has more shots on net than what he did in game number 1, but it's just Cisu has taken advantage of his. Whenever he's had that open space and has had that opportunity, he's found his way to capitalize. And I mean, you're putting up 8 goals against a top player like this, and really not even just Nikki Dangles, against any player at this stage of the tournament, really difficult to do, and yet he's making it look so easy. He almost had number 9 right there, but it was denied by Blackwood.
Yeah, just making it look so easy. Once again, just dancing into the middle right there without any stamina either. And I mean, just an unbelievable run and an unbelievable series in these semifinals as well by Cisu. And obviously, it's gonna be a tough challenge for them to try and beat this guy. But obviously, the finals we start at 0-0 in the series, so everything is still possible.
It's less than 2 minutes to play, and you kind of start to preview and imagine what that finals is going to look like. Cisu, a multi-time champion. Teemuyy looking for his first taste of 1v1 gold. You know, 2 very different players, 2 very different storylines, and I'm sure Teemuyy kind of probably watching and scouting a little bit as a 2-on-0 pass across shot on. Denied by Mackenzie Blackwood, made it hit the side of the net. But if you are Teemuyy and you've watched this series and you see what Cisu has been able to do against a player like Nikki Dangles, who obviously Teemuyy very familiar with, teammates for multiple seasons on the Sixes side, I mean, what is going through your mind? How do you game plan for this? I mean, Cisu is just kind of taking everything that he gets and is seemingly scoring on it. What is the mentality for a player like Teemuyy going up against that high of odds as Nikki Dangles will lighten the blow a little bit? A goal from Kale McCarr in front will make this 8-5. But, you know, I'll ask the question again. You know, if you are Teemuyy, what's the mentality heading into this series, knowing what you're going to be facing off against here?
I think one thing about Cisu's gameplay or game style is the fact that you do know what's coming. You do know what's coming, and even if you watch this series, this is exactly what we've seen from Cisu in previous tournaments as well. The play style, he just waits for his opportunity, and when he gets it, he puts on the gas, just skates, and is able to finish so effectively. So I'm thinking Teemuyy just needs to try to do exactly what Nikke was saying he needs to do going into this series, which is defense. And then obviously it's not easy to score goals against Cisu either, but just hope that you are able to get enough goals and play just absolutely stellar defensively and be able to come out with a win somehow.
Cisu moving on to the finals, a 2-0 series sweep over Nikki Dangles. He won game number 1 by a score of 4-1, wins game number 2, 8-5. Congratulations to him, and then congratulations as well to Nikki Dangles on making it to this point. Still will take home 150 euros. I mean, just kind of meta juggernaut today in Cisu. You know, you have that happen sometimes, and you know, if you are Teemuyy, it's going to be interesting to see how he fares against a multi-time champion that's firing on all cylinders the way that Cisu is. Folks, we have our finals matchup confirmed and ready to go. And this isn't the only finals that we will be covering here on the channel here over the next couple of days, as once again, our ECL 6v6 Elite Division final will be live right here on Sunday at twitch.tv/ReactioMedia. Number 2 seed Mythics going up against the number 1 seed Last Dance. Nikki Dangles a part of that Last Dance team, so still has a little bit on the line. Another chance at championship glory this weekend. Again, coverage will be starting at 19 CEST. Mythics looking for their first ever championship. Last Dance looking for their first championship in a little bit over 4 years. So a lot on the line, a lot of storylines. You're not going to want to miss that. So make sure you join us here for that. But we've got a 1v1 final to cover here, Soaply, and we will be kicking that off here in just a few minutes. When we do get everything set up for that, we're going to take a short break. So grab your snacks, grab your drinks, tell your friends to join on for a little free entertainment, and get ready for what is going to be a rockin' series between Cisu and Teemuyy for the ECL 1v1 crowd. Do not go anywhere, my friends. We'll be right back in just a few moments.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.
Minkä päällä lakukastike maistuu parhaalta? Ei voi tietää, ellei kokeile. Kouvolan lakritsi.
All right, we are back. Thank you for sticking with us. Brandon B. Major Bigsby alongside my partner, Sopely, Lottie Enstrom, and Sopely. We just saw Cisu take down Nikki Dangles in 2 games. Earlier on our coverage, we saw Teemuyy defeat Capusta in 3 games. Those 2 players now meeting in our ECL 1v1 spring final. What are you expecting to see here from this series? 2 very good players, very different styles of players, and different levels of experience. Cisu, a multi-time champion. Teemuyy looking to break through for his first championship.
Yeah, 2 totally different playstyles, as you mentioned, and obviously the series we just had where Cisu beat Nikke, 2 players that have very similar strengths in the game. And Nikke was saying before the interviews, he really has to be able to slow down Cisu's offense if he wants to have a shot at winning that series. Obviously now we know he wasn't quite able to do that, but Teemu, maybe his strengths are a little bit more on the defensive side as well. So that's going to be a big key to success for him if he wants to win this final series.
Take a look here at the matchup between these 2 players. And I mean, again, we talked about it with Cisu, how great he is defensively, but the offensive production has really been what has been so impressive for him. We mentioned it averaged over 7 goals per game during that round of 16 group stage. He's continued that offensive production so far in his playoff run. While for Teemuyy, again, his stats a little bit more balanced. His playoff numbers nearly identical almost to his regular season numbers. He just keeps finding ways to win, and it's going to be interesting to see how those 2 different styles and paths to getting here are going to match up here head-to-head with the title on the line.
Yeah, the difference between the stats, once again, just like between Cisu and Nikke, looking kind of similar, where Teemu, a lot of close games, but he's been able to come out on top at the end of the day. And for Cisu, you just look at those playoff numbers. The goals for ratio to goals against is just fantastic. 19-7. Obviously, I think that stat is still missing that last game we just had with him facing off against Nikke. So Nikke was able to score some more goals in that game, but Cisu also scored 8 in that match. So, I mean, just based on the numbers, you just have to think that Cisu is once again the slight favorite here.
Yeah, if my math serves me right, 27 goals for 12 against if you add in that game to win against Nikki Dangles. So still nothing short of phenomenal through a total of 6 games played throughout his playoff run. And speaking of Cisu, we're going to hear from him here in just a few moments as he joins us right now. Cisu, first of all, congratulations on your series win. You advance into the finals and get ready to play for yet another championship. You were really successful in that series just now against Nikki. What do you feel worked for you so well to win it?
Thank you. I think I stick with my own game plan, and that worked like good. And of course, defensive wise, it wasn't there all time. But what is most important, that attacking is really good, and that works.
The attacking was great, and your defense was as well. You now get ready for another tough opponent in Teemuyy. He's been tough for everyone that he's played against during this tournament. What will be the biggest key for you in playing against him?
I think I just have to play with my own game style, same as Nikke. I have to defense passive and just straight attacks have to work, and yeah, that's it.
Well, hey, man, it's done you well so far. We'll see if it can lead you to yet another championship. Cisu, thank you again for taking the time. Best of luck to you in the series.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, a big thank you to Cisu for taking the time, as we will also get to chat with Teemuyy, his opposition here for this finals series. I don't believe we have his camera set up, unfortunately, but you will be able to hear him through the audio as Sopli. I'll give you the reins here to give a chat with our other finalists here in Teemuyy.
Yes, eli Teemu, ensinnäkin onnittelut top 4 paikasta. Anteeksi,
Kiitos.
finaalipaikasta tietysti tässä kohtaa jo. Ja ekana tämmönen, että miten on sun näkökulmasta oma turnauksessa mennyt ja millä fiiliksillä lähdet tähän finaalisarjaan?
On kyllä mennyt hyvin tämä turnaus vielä paremmin mitä oletti, mutta on kyllä pelannut kuin niin paljon, että sitten me ollaan Sisun kanssa pelattu varmaan tähän kuukauteen 100 peliä vastakkain, niin on tuttu vastustaja.
No varmasti tuttu vastustaja. Ja no, Cisu, just äsken nähtiin, pelasi Nikkeä vastaan kovan sarjan ja katteli noita maalimääriä, että 12 maalia taisi tulla siihen 2 matsiin Cisulta. Miten sä lähestyt tätä sarjaa, että miten sä saat niinku hillittyä ton Cisun kammottavan hyökkäysvireen?
Pitää puolustaa ja hyvin ja katsoa, ettei kaveri pääse vasta hyökkäyksiin.
Se on just näin. Vielä tämmönen pikku täky tähän loppuun, että no sut totta kai tunnetaan kovana tekijänä 6v6 puolelta ja totta kai myös vuosien varrella ykkösten puolelta, mutta pikkulinnut olisi justiinsa kertonut mulle näin, että ehkä tässä tämän vuoden aikana oot ottanut semmoisen pikkusen stepin 1v1 puolella, mikä nyt sitten ehkä johdattanut sut tähän finaalisarjaankin, niin allekirjoitatko tällaisen?
No joo, oon mä pelannut varmaan enemmän kuin ikinä nyt tätä versusta varsinkin.
Noniin. Kuulostaa hyvältä. Ei muuta kuin tsemppiä finaalisarjaa.
Kiitos.
So there we heard Teemu's perspective. First of all, he was saying that obviously he's happy to be in the finals and very confident going into it. He said that his gameplay throughout this tournament has been really good, and he's also played very many practice games. He said about 100 practice games against Cisu. So that's going to be an interesting dynamic, because maybe he knows a little bit better how this guy is to be defended against, you know, compared to the other opponents.
Yeah, and that was kind of one of the talking points that we talked about with the series between Cisu and Nikki Dangles. Nikki Dangles kind of the opposite approach. He said straight up coming in, I don't know how I got here, man. I'm just coming out here and playing, right? He hasn't practiced it that much. He's just kind of been focused more on the 6v6 side of things, while Teemuyy, the complete opposite side of the spectrum, has played literally over 100 times in a lot of those games against his finals opponent here in Cisu. Also, props to you, Sopli. Great interview. After this broadcast, you're going to teach me a little Finnish, my friend. Great job, nevertheless. We've got game number 1 of our finals underway. Cisu versus Teemuyy. 2 familiar foes on the practice side of things. I believe the first time we've seen these two, however, play in a playoff series. As Cisu looking for yet another championship, would be his second ECL title. His second 1v1 title of the year, winning the Finnish championship earlier this season. Teemuyy looking for his first title of his 1v1 career. We are watching from the perspective of Cisu using the Colorado Avalanche, while Teemuyy once again going with the Dallas Stars, and Cisu gonna have a power play here early on in this game.
Yeah, and it's once again we have the fast wingers on this Avs team, and Teemu said he needs to play really good defensively to be able to contain the offense of Cisu, and obviously a penalty to start, he really needs to kill this off.
And it feels like that was kind of the same mentality for Cisu, right? He said he wanted to go with the same game plan that he used against Nikki Dangles, which was the first thing he stressed, defense. So 2 players that are prioritizing the defensive side of the game, despite being guys that can put the puck into the back of the net, which I guess kind of knowing that, it makes you focus more on the defensive side of things as Cisu has in the offensive zone and the pass across scores. Manson and kicks off the scoring in the final for Cisu.
And there it is, the very simple offensive playstyle. Cisu just skating down the wing, finds the pass in the middle, and he strikes first. And obviously, the way Cisu is attacking, you just really have to contain him, and that is not what Teemuyy wants, as Cisu strikes early on.
The ultimate opportunist, that is Cisu. He just always seems to find the way as he's in the offensive zone again, trying to find some space. Gives it up to Johnson at the points. That shot on, denied. Already 4 shots so far for Cisu in this game. Teemuyy looking for his first. Working in the neutral zone. Now on the offensive end, it's Teemuyy trying to get that first shot right there, but denied by the defense of Cisu. Here's Cisu down the other end. Trying to control it with Drury, but Teemuyy with a good job there defensively. And you mentioned the many times these two have practiced against each other. That's going to make this game even more interesting. They know each other's tendencies. They know what they like to go for. So that mental chess match that we've referred to a few times throughout our coverage today, maybe even more intensified with how familiar these two are with each other.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can say from my own experience that when you play that many times against the same opponent, the game kind of changes a little bit because it becomes much more of a mental battle because you start knowing everything about your opponent as Teemuyy scores with his first shot.
And he does it with Mikael Granlund. Take another look at it here, just taking his time, creating that space in the slot, and you don't see Cisu give up that sort of space that often. When you get it, you have to capitalize, and Teemuyy does with no doubt right there.
And this is, once again, one of those things in this series, the contrast in game style, where maybe NikkeDangles a little bit more of a straightforward offensive type. There Teemuyy taking his time, waiting it out, and finds a good shot opportunity. The shot maybe went in a little bit of an easy goal for the goalie to give up, but nonetheless, Teemuyy definitely was looking for that one for a long time, and he was able to find it.
There's a shot on there, blocked in front, and you know, you mentioned that the contrast between the two different series, Cisu having to play kind of an up and down game where him and Nikke were just flying up and down the ice. Teemuyy, on the other hand, played a game where everything was really kind of slow and bogged down. He had to wait 4 or 5 minutes sometimes to even get a good shot on net and really just kind of play the patient game. So it's a matter of which play style is going to win out, and does one player get forced into the other's play style as this series goes along as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what we are kind of expecting from the series, as there is a huge difference in the playstyle, and Teemuyy perfectly in the offensive zone. Once again, the cycle pays off. He's able to get that tipper in front.
The patience pays for Teemuyy. That blast from the point tipped in front by Matt Duchesne. And Teemuyy, after surrendering that opening goal in the power play, takes a 2-1 lead over Cisu, approaching the 5-minute mark of period 1. Cisu looking for a response, shot on, denied by Jake Ottinger. And that's something else too that's going to be interesting. Cisu's goaltending was phenomenal in the series versus Nikki Dangles. Ottinger stepped up as well for Teemuyy at multiple points against Capusta. So you don't talk about goaltending too often in the 1v1, but the goalies for both these two players were a big key to their success in their respective series.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Teemuyy has the slight advantage here, as at least in years past, Ottinger has been one of the best goaltenders in Versus, so that's one of the main reasons why people tend to go for a team like Dallas instead of a team like Colorado that's super offensive heavy, super fast, and Dallas more of a balanced team and has that great goaltending factor as well.
A team with a little bit less speed than what you would see on the Colorado side as well. But nevertheless, Teemuyy using the stars, and it's working to his advantage right now. Less than a minute to play. here in period number 1 of game number 1. This is, again, a best of 3, so the first to win 2 games wins the series and wins the championship, as Teemuyy has it in the offensive zone with 7 seconds to play. Controlling it at the right face-off circle. Circles around, looking for some space. Poked off of his stick by Cisu, who is just going to kill off the rest of the time. And that will do it for period number 1. An action-packed first period of the series. Teemuyy with a 2-1 lead so far over Cisu.
Yeah, and I think this is great for the series as a whole, where we were kind of expecting Cisu to be the slight favorite, and Teemuyy, right out of the gate, first period, he's able to have the lead, and only 1 goal against so far. It's pretty much exactly what you want against a guy like Cisu.
So we're underway for period 2. We do want to make sure we shout out our sponsors, Copenhagen, Game Changer, and well, and that is Cisu. Come on, man. We've got bills to pay. These guys, they support us. We got to make sure to support them. Was kind enough not to sneak in that goal while we gave a shout out to our amazing friends over at Copenhagen, Wellnet, and Game Changer. A big thank you to them for their support of SportsGamer and the ECL. What we do would not be possible without them, as Cisu controls in the offensive zone, trying to put on a move past Rantanen, but not able to do so. As Teemuyy trying to work in the offensive end, but Cisu able to disrupt that play. Here he comes down the other end, a 3-on-2. Holds it with Makar, avoiding the defender. One-time blast there from the high right face-off circle was blocked. Puck loose in front, found by Odinger, and Teemuyy got to hold on for the stoppage.
And Cisu throwing pucks on net. This is not necessarily what he's known for, but obviously down in a game, a little bit of an unfamiliar territory for him. Down in a game in the second period, so we'll see if he's going to be able to just keep doing what he has been doing for the past few games here.
Especially in this tournament, we mentioned he's averaged around 6 or 7 goals per game consistently throughout every stage of this tournament. So he scored plenty. He hasn't given up a lot because he's one of the best defensive players that you'll find in the 1v1 scene. So it's not often that you see him playing from behind, but maybe alternating his play style a little bit and alternating the game plan. Still a little time left here. 13 and a half minutes to go in period number 2, as that shot in front was blocked by Cisu, and he now works his way in the offensive zone. Pass in front, and they score! Matthew Wood ties it up for Cisu. Miles Wood, excuse me.
Yeah, and there it is. There it is. The speed down the wing, and this time Wood cutting to the middle right there is able to break free from the defender, and the stick is right there in front of the net open, and Cisu is not going to find it.
We are tied at 2 apiece, as Cisu able to knock this thing up, and you feel like this could very well be the trend of this series. Back and forth, punch after punch. Neither side really able to gain a significant advantage over the other, as Teemuyy controls it in the offensive end. Has it at the high point, working around with some space. He's played the patient game. Has worked so far well for him. Hint's shot was saved rather easily by Blackwood. Another chance there, denied by the glove of Blackwood. Hint's robbed clean on that one. Puck loose, found by Cisu, but a big hit there. Teemuyy forces the turnover, and here he comes on the counterattack. Works it down the middle, but turned over as Cisu is ready for it defensively. Over halfway through this game, we are tied. 2 goals for each side, and Cisu working in the offensive end. Controls it with McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon, the best player on this team, arguably, between him and Cale Makar, is the shot on, saved by Odinger. And he'll hold on for the whistle as an offensive zone face-off now upcoming for Cisu.
I feel like as a whole, the way this game is going is beneficial for Teemuyy, as it hasn't been the same kind of coast-to-coast, end-to-end action as we saw when Cisu played against Nikke in those semifinals, and I think Cisu is in a little bit of an uncomfortable position when the game slows down a little bit.
And not only that, but just the difference in opponent having to play back-to-back. You wonder if Teemuyy kind of getting that break, being able to have an hour to collect himself, watch that series between Nikki Dangles and Cisu, while Cisu had to adjust right after playing Nikki Dangles, who is a completely different style of player. You maybe kind of wonder if it does take him a little bit of time to kind of adjust to the different play style, going from someone that is trying to fly as much as he can, go north to south constantly, while Teemuyy kind of fine with taking his time, moving it around, and playing the patient game on the offensive end.
Yeah, absolutely. And also in general, just the fact that as there's going to be a penalty on Cisu here and Teemuyy going to go on the power play. But just in general, the fact that Cisu has to play all of these games back to back pretty much. He doesn't get a single break there in between. That might have a little bit of a negative impact.
That's a tripping call going to go against Josh Manson. Teemuyy now on the power play. Nice play there, but denied by Blackwood. Blockered away, and Cisu trying to work down the other end. Dumps it in down low, and he finds that in the right corner. Cisu doing a wonderful job killing off this power play. As now you see Teemuyy working down the other end as he finally got possession. Controlling it at the point with Labushkin. Moves to the Harley. One-time shot from Rantanen. Blocked in front. Gets it back. Full pressure on here for Teemuyy. Labushkin to Harley. Over to Johnston at the high right face-off circle. Teemuyy, this is that patient game we talked about. The one-time blast scores. Matt Duchesne with a rip puts Teemuyy back up by a goal.
And there we see the patience. He gets the full pressure meter on. He doesn't rush to take the shot. He waits it out. He finds that wide open one-timer a little bit further away. A place where you don't necessarily see too often. But Duchesne just hammers it home. And Teemuyy up 3-2 now.
And it feels like there's certain players for each team that kind of step up and make more plays than others. I remember last year when we called this final, it was Chandler Stevenson that seemed to score every goal for Tempinen on the Vegas side. It feels like for Teemuyy, it's been Matt Duchesne that has constantly been the goal scorer for him. He does so again, and it gives him the lead. He almost scored again there, but it hit off the post. He's still pushing, however. 1 second to go. One-time rip from Jamie Benn. He scores right before the buzzer. And Teemuyy up by 2. And look at the time, exactly at the 20-minute mark with just a 1/10 of a second to spare.
Wow. Just takes a shot, hoping for something as the time is running out. And he just beats the goaltender clean. What a bomb by Jamie Benn right there. And Teemuyy, unlike we expected, he's up by 2 heading into this game. Game 1, period 3.
How about Teemuyy? He said it before this game started. He felt good. He felt confident. He's worked and prepared for this moment. And so far, he has matched it, a 4-2 lead at the end of the second period. And if you are Cisu, unfamiliar territory for him, not just in this tournament, but really just in general. He's a player that's used to playing with the lead. What do you feel like is the mindset and the adjustments that he needs to make to find his way back here in this critical game 1?
Yeah, unfamiliar territory indeed. And he's one of those players that I feel like his game style doesn't really change. He just tries to keep it going as much as possible, but Teemuyy doing a really good job at limiting the offense from Cisu so far in this game. But I'm sure Cisu is just gonna try to add even more pressure to it and try to get something going.
As Cisu controls it in the offensive end. Shot on there, goes wide. There's another rip there. That one from the point. That one saved that time by Ottinger. Cisu still pushing. He has full pressure here. Controls it at the right corner. playing a little bit of a similar game to what we've seen. Teemuyy playing it, pays off! Valeri Nichushkin snipes one past Ottinger.
What a snipe, and we have a game. It's a 4-3 game. Shots are dead even at 12 apiece for both of these guys, and I mean, what a third period we're gonna have right here.
Here comes Cisu again. Pass across, shot on, denied by Ottinger. Another chance, that one blocked in front. Puck loose, found by Teemuyy. And all of a sudden, Cisu has flipped the momentum in his favor a bit. Teemuyy looking to stave it off here. He has it in the offensive zone. Controls it over at the right corner. Holding it and gives it over to Labushkin at the point. Moving forward, Teemuyy taking his time as he has all day long, looking for that open play, waiting for his opportunity to pounce. Has it at the left faceoff dot, up to Marchman at the point. Back to Labushkin. Back to Marchman. Turning, twirling, looking for a play. Holds it over at the left corner, taking his time here, and that is what Teemuyy has loved to do, just being patient, and the patience pays off! Marchman snipes one off the pipe it in, and Teemuyy back up by 2, just like that.
And there's the Teemuyy snipe. We talked about it in the semifinals as well. I feel like I've also seen him do that move in the sixes side of things sometimes. The short side from right from that spot on the ice, and he finds it and he recaptures that 2-goal lead.
You mentioned the sixes side. Teemuyy, a former champion, won titles with H-Reds and Parasite last season. He's one of the best offensive defensemen that you'll find on the 6v6 side. He's showing that skill on the 1v1 side here. He's back up by 2, a 5-3 score, and he has possession here once again. Controlling it here at the right corner, bump from behind. And now for Cisu, the desperation not necessarily seeping in yet, but the urgency definitely there as time starting to dwindle. Good chance from there, but a breakaway for Teemuyy. One-on-one, shot on denied by Blackwood. Teemuyy still pushing, however. Over to the point to Lindell. Controlling it, gives up to CC, and now the Dadanov at the point. Dadanov moving forward. Teemuyy still in control, but bumped from behind, and now Cisu working on the counterattack. Less than 5.5 to play. Teemuyy up by a pair. Moves it over at the left faceoff circle. Up to the point to Landeskog. That shot saved by Ottinger. And Teemuyy wisely not going to take any chances.
Yeah, and only 4.5 minutes to go, and this is exactly what Teemuy's game plan was going into this game, where honestly the time has passed rather quickly here. I didn't even realize it's under 5 minutes left in the game, but Cisu's offense has very much been contained throughout this game.
Yeah, not many stoppages in this third period outside of the goals that we have seen. Not many offsides, not many icings. You're seeing both of these teams find their comfort level, especially when it comes to the breakout. Both Cisu and Teemuyy have been able to work their way into the offensive zone. That puck's hanging on the red line. Cisu able to find that would have most certainly been the dagger if that trickled in.
Yeah, I should remember that if Cisu is able to make a crazy comeback here.
Less than 2 minutes to play. Teemuyy looking to seal the deal here. He has it in the offensive zone over on the left boards. Dumps it down low, puck given chase and found by Rantanen for Teemuyy. Less than a minute to go. Teemuyy working, holding, under some pressure here from Cisu, but still holding on to that puck. And he's fine with that pass going way out into the other end. That kills off even more time. That clock, his best friend right now. Working on the breakout, less than 40 seconds now to play. Finds Jamie Benn. And draws a penalty. Cisu going to be called for tripping. Lehkonen going to head to the box, and slim comeback chances for Cisu become even slimmer now on the penalty kill.
Yeah, that penalty pretty much seals the deal, unless something crazy happens here. And Teemuyy just really smart play, not really giving Cisu anything there.
Cisu working in the offensive end. 25 seconds to go. Shot on. Saved by Ottinger. Cisu still pushing, trying to find another shot. Couldn't get that one off as Teemuyy finds possession and works this one forward. Has numbers, a 3-on-2. Harley controls it, moves it back up to Sagan at the point. As Teemuyy moving with Sagan behind the net. not in any rush to score with less than 10 seconds left. A shot gets close there from Jamie Benn. Another shot puck loose in front behind Cisu, and that will do it. Teemuyy, a 5-3 Game 1 victory. One win away from taking his first ever ECL 1v1 crown.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the textbook game to play against Cisu. 5-3 victory. Teemuyy just a perfect execution, and he's able to come out on top. Obviously, he still needs to replicate this once more if he wants to hoist the cup in this tournament, but at the very least, based on Game 1, he does know the recipe to success against this guy.
Yeah, we mentioned that how many times these two have practiced against each other. A big thank you to Teemuyy for giving us that nugget, created some fun storyline, and you get a look at the final stats. How about the time and attack difference there from Teemuyy? Only one more shot, 16 compared to 15, but nearly doubling Cisu in time and attack, and I think that just goes to show you the difference in play style between these two players. That's only an average of a shot per minute compared to almost 2 shots per minute for Cisu, but the patience is paying off, and also sometimes your best defense can be your offensive possession. It worked out for Teemuyy, helped lead him to a 5-3 victory.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what Teemuyy is so good at. He's so good at with the puck, being patient with it, making the right plays, doesn't rush things too much. And same thing on the defensive side. He was pretty composed there, just didn't give too much to Cisu in any way in that first game. And obviously Cisu just needs to find some ways to beat that defense off them going into Game 2.
Teemuyy with a 5-3 win in game number 1, 1 win away from clinching that ECL 1v1 title that he has looked for so long. As again, this is not the only title that we will be giving out here over the next few days, as once again we will remind you all on Sunday evening our ECL 1v1 Elite Division final, number 2 Mythics versus number 1 Last Dance. Our coverage will be starting live here, twitch.tv/ReactioMedia at 19 CEST, or if you're on the North American side of things like myself, that'll be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mythics looking for their first ever title. Last Dance looking for their first championship since ECL 11. The last championship potentially in the career of XxKapUstaxX, one of the best players to ever play in the NHL esports scene, calling it quits more than likely after the season he announced. And he ride off into the sunset with one more Elite Division championship. You're not going to want to miss the series. We'll be covering the entirety of that series right here. Again, a 19 CEST start time. You can catch it right here at twitch.tv/ReactioMedia, or on our YouTube at ReactioMedia, or on our X account at SportsGamer GG. Well, so hopefully these two players, they're not going to waste any time. They are ready to go for game number 2. We're again watching from the perspective of Cisu using the Colorado Avalanche, while Teemuyy, with 1-0 in the series, using the Dallas Stars. As Cisu working his way into the offensive zone, trying to find something quickly. Teemuyy doing a good job defensively. What do you feel like is going to be the key here to this game 2, really for both these two players now that they have a game under their belt?
Well, based on Game 1, it does seem like Teemuyy knows what his game plan is, and he was able to execute it perfectly, and he's obviously just going to try to do the same thing. On Cisu's side, honestly, I'm not so sure what he's gonna try to do differently. He's just been so dominant the way he has been playing that this sort of a situation is a little bit new to him, but I guess he knows how to score other types of goals as well, and he's up by 1.
You mentioned he's been dominant. You see shades of it right there. That blast from the point finds its way into the back of the net. It is a 1-0 score in favor of Cisu, and he may be pushing for more right here. Another shot from the point. That one from Manson, stopped by Ottinger. A firing start here from Cisu in this first period of game 2, an elimination game for him.
Yeah, a lot of pucks on net early on, and he's got that 1-0 lead already, and looking to add to it, seems like he's throwing pucks on net. That seems to be the key for him.
Yeah, and we saw him willing to do that in that first game. He did the same against Nikki Dangles. And you wonder if, in a weird way, blasting shots constantly on net's going to be the way for him, knowing that Teemuyy is going to want to play the possession game. There's going to be less opportunity to get shots on. So it'll be interesting to see that balance. Here's a chance for Cisu again. That pass across, disrupted there by Teemuyy, who now works quickly down the other end. Teemuyy stops, goes shot on, stopped by Blackwood. And Cisu going to hold on here for the whistle.
Looking for that Teemuyy short side snipe. Once again, this time, Blackwood gonna make the stop.
And an offensive zone faceoff here upcoming for Teemuyy. Tied up and won by Cisu in his own end. Moving it up quickly with Gerard. With some speed, pass across there, shot from Drew and goes wide. Picked up by Cisu, and a turnover! Nearly led to a shot on. No clue how Cisu wasn't able to get that opportunity, but Teemuyy will take it. Got a rip on the one-timer. It's denied by Blackwood, but going back to that play, crisis averted there for Teemuyy.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's able to turn things around and get a couple of opportunities off his own here.
Offensive zone draw one by Teemuyy. That shot from the point saved by Blackwood. And we'll get another face-off coming from that right face-off circle once again.
And the full pressure meter, if Teemuyy is able to win the draw.
As once again, for those that may have missed it, game number one, Teemuyy, a 5-3 victory over Cisu. One win away from winning the ECL 1v1 title for the first time in his career. Cisu looking to push this to a third and decisive game, looking for his second ECL 1v1 title. Won the Finnish Championship as well earlier on this year. A filled-up trophy case for the young Finn. He can add one more to his collection as he scores with Brock Nelson on the one-timer. A 2-0 lead now for Cisu with his back against the wall.
And Cisu is coming out of the gates, just scoring. He's up by 2 now, and really, this guy is so terrifying when he gets his offense going.
And that's something we've talked about with Cisu throughout the day. He's just such a scary opponent to face off against, because not only is he scary when he gets things going, but it can happen in such an instant. His chances can happen in the blink of an eye. You think you covered it well, and then all of a sudden he just finds that little bit of room, that little bit of space, and makes you pay for it. It's Teemuyy working it in the offensive zone, trying to find the response to the siege that Teemuyy has him under right now. Shane controlling it at the point. He's been arguably the best player so far today for Teemuyy. He works it back to Labushkin. Holding it around now near the high left faceoff circle. Back to Johnson. Moving forward. Teemuyy looking for a play. Playing it patiently once again. And gives it back to Duchesne at the point. Moving forward behind the net now. Over at the right corner and looking for an option. Cisu doing a great job of taking away the options. That shot was blocked in front. That crouch block from Cisu. A great defensive play. Gives it back to the point to Labushkin as Teemuyy still pressuring here. Over at the blue line, walking a tightrope as Cisu applies some pressure and forces the turnover. Here comes Cisu in the offensive zone. Twirling and looking as he's pressured by Teemuyy. Gives it up to Cole as that shot was stopped by Ottinger. 2.5 minutes to play. Teemuyy under duress here in his own zone. It's up to Labushkin as a quick line change for the defensive pairing now is drained of all stamina. Teemuyy working in the offensive end. Finds Jamie Benn. Trying to pass it in front, but it was disrupted. Cisu looking to get out of his own end. Not able to yet as Teemuyy was pass in front. Disrupted, but eventually found by Sagan. Pass to the point to Lindell. 20 seconds to go. Now to Cisu. Teemuy's shot blocked in front. Tip nearly found its way to Blackwood, but it was saved. Teemuyy still pressuring as that shot gloved away by Blackwood, and Cisu gonna freeze it with 3.1 seconds to play.
Even though Cisu is up by 2, Teemuyy is still playing his old style of offense. He's looking for those snipes, looking for those one-timers in the offensive zone. As here right at the end he gets a tip on net, but just unable to score. But once again, Teemuyy outshooting Cisu, but Cisu's offense, the efficiency when he gets those scoring chances, two goals on 4 shots.
And 8 minutes and 9 seconds of time on attack for Teemuyy. I don't think I've ever seen that much time on attack in just one period alone. If you want a comparison, Cisu in game number 1 had 8 minutes and 30 seconds of time on attack. So in one period, Teemuyy was almost matched what Cisu had in the offensive zone in the entirety of game number 1. Yet despite that, he finds himself down by 2 goals. There's a shot on there, stopped by Blackwood on the one-timer. Cisu working up the right side with speed, trying to pass that across, but intercepted by XxKapUstaxX. As Teemuyy will set up the offense and will get a line change here to boot. Moves it forward to Dumba and finds Jamie Benn. Benn at the left boards up to XxKapUstaxX. Teemuyy working things in the offensive zone right now, trying to find a goal to get the momentum in his favor. He's had plenty of chances, plenty of opportunity, but has yet to break through. Dumba at the point. Gives up to Sagan. Sagan moving forward. Holding it around, and Teemuyy just trying to find some space. Bring it up, back to the point. Again, just playing it patiently, and Cisu denying the space. Labushkin to Ben. What a great job from Cisu right now defensively, not allowing Teemuyy to work his way to an opportunity despite all of this pressure time, as that shot from the point was blocked in front. And here comes Cisu with some space. Manson controlling it. Pass across. Nobody there to pick it up as Teemuyy will take over some possession here again. Teemuyy works it past the blue line. Holding it at the left corner. He's trying to find his way to a play as that passes Aaron is going to force a reset. How about this defense we're seeing from Cisu?
Yeah, the passive defense that he was talking about, it's really coming through for him.
Teemuyy in the offensive end, still pressuring. A shot off the post and in! Mikko Rantanen cuts the lead in half here for Teemuyy. Exactly what the doctor ordered, and you felt like with the amount of time he had in the zone, it was going to only be a matter of time until he finally broke through.
Yeah, and there he finds that little bit of space to cut into the middle and just snipe that top corner. And hey, we have a game once again. It's 2-1 now.
2-1 your score. Cisu still out in front, and he has it in the offensive end as that pass to the point finds Natchez. Working around the left corner. Cisu one-time blast from Gerard goes out of play. 8:57 to go here in period 2. We just saw Teemuyy split that lead in half. A 2-1 score here. Cisu looking to push this series to a game 3. Up by 1. Face off one in the defensive zone by Teemuyy as he pushes it forward. Jamie Benn controlling it and trying to find Rupe Hintz, but it's found first by Cisu. Moves it forward to Nelson. Disrupted there as Teemuyy with a nice defensive effort. Now he looks to counterattack. Controlling it with Rupe Hintz over on the right boards. The shot on hits the side glass as Teemuyy now up to 10 shots so far in this game. Cisu with 5. It's a blast there from the point, blocked in front. Cisu now working down the other end, past the blue line, controlling it with Natchez. Turning around at that right corner, looking for an option. Up to the point to McKinnon, was blocked on that shot from the point. Now Teemuyy working it into the neutral zone. 4.5 minutes to play here. Cisu holding on to that 1-goal advantage. He scored the first 2. We saw Teemuyy able to cut that lead in half and is now pushing for the game-tying answer. He has it in the offensive zone now. As hunting for that offensive look. A shot from the slot is saved by Blackwood. Not going to get any more chances as Cisu working it into the offensive zone. McKinnon at the left corner, bumped off of that puck, and it's found by Dumba. There's a turnover there from Teemuyy. Cisu with it, shot on, saved by Ottinger. Still in control of it with Makar. Makar at the high slot. Cisu working, poke checked off his stick. Great defensive play there by Teemuyy as he moves it forward to Jamie Benn, who was waiting on the blue line for it. At the right corner. 10 seconds to go. Labushkin at the point. turning, skating, one-time blast, stopped there. As the puck will rest behind the net, and that will do it for the second period. Cisu holding on to a 1-goal advantage, a 2-1 score, looking to push this to an all-deciding Game 3.
Once again, Teemuyy was looking for that buzzer beater right at the end of the second period, but unlike last game, this time he wasn't able to get it.
Yeah, we saw it in Game 1 with that blast from the point, almost an identical play from what gave him that 5th goal, as he has it in the offensive zone, but it's poked off his stick, and a one-on-one here for Cisu. Controlling it with nature. It's a pass across, disrupted there by Heiskanen. Beautiful defensive work there from Teemuyy as he works it down the other end, controlling it with Duchesne. Over at the right boards, turning at the high slot and looking for a passing option. Gives it up the point to Dumba. Dumba waiting for a one-time blast from Rantanen, denied by Blackwood, sprawling, but found in front by McKinnon. Dangerous play avoided there from Cisu. Hayes pushes forward past the blue line. In the offensive zone with Cisu, but not for long as Teemuyy takes possession and will move this thing forward. Almost 5 minutes into this third period. Teemuyy in the offensive zone and working. Dumps it down low behind the net, but is found by Cisu first as he'll begin the breakout with Nichushkin. Moves it over to Wood. Wood holding, pass in front there. Nice defensive play by Harley, and Teemuyy now working down the other end. Over to Hintz. Hintz in front. Puck loose. Found, however, by Cisu. He'll control with Landeskog and works into the offensive zone. Puck in front. Backhand shot. Saved by Ottinger, and he'll hold on and freeze it with 12:53 to go here in regulation.
Surprisingly low scoring game here in this game too, as feels like there's a lot of opportunities. These guys have been, especially right at the start of this third period. It was a little bit of coast-to-coast action, but just no goals just yet.
Cisu wins the offensive zone draw and controls it at the point, looking to extend his lead back to 2. And like you mentioned, with how low goal scoring this game has been, you feel like that next goal, if we do get it, could very well change the way this series is viewed. As a one-time rip there from Lindell was blocked in front. Now Cisu working down the other end. Finds O'Connor. A shot on, blocked in front, another chance there. Puck loose behind the net, found by Drury. Tied up at the boards. O'Connor finds it, and Cisu still pushing behind the net. It's a shot from Nelson, saved from Ottinger as he's sprawling in the net, and it's found by Lindell. Cisu nearly getting that third goal, but it wasn't to be.
What a save. He was able to make the goalie dive, but somehow he was still able to make the save.
It's Teemuyy in the offensive end, but poked off his stick and turned over as he gets it back in the neutral zone and will reset and get a line change. Teemuyy in the neutral zone, passing it across. Over to Dadonov. Dadonov at the point. Moving forward. Teemuyy looking for a play. Nothing doing for him here. Cisu, a great defensive play once again. He has honed in on that game plan so far and has executed it to perfection. 5.5 minutes away from pushing this series to a third game. Gaz in the neutral zone. Looks to pass the blue line. Cisu looking pass across, finds Nichushkin, but the shot denied by Ottinger. Here comes Teemuyy down the other end with speed. Teemuyy backhand shot, and he scores! Rupe Hintz ties it for Teemuyy!
What a goal. Hintz coming down the wing, taking a page out of Cisu's playbook, where he just straight lines down the wing with Heiskanen. I mean, one of the fastest cards in this game with those gold wheels as well, and is just able to turn that to the backhand and tuck it in, and oh boy, we do have a game.
From down 2-0 to a 2-2 score, Teemuyy, looking to clinch the title here in this game, has pulled off the comeback, and with less than 3.5 minutes to play, he has it in the offensive zone again. Rantanen controlling it. Teemuyy pressuring, looking over at the right face-off circle, trying to find a play, trying to find a shot. Poke checked off his stick, but found by Heiskanen. Moving forward with him. Gives it up to Dumba at the point. Back to Heiskanen. Teemuyy working it around. Less than 90 seconds to go. Johnson at the high point. Holding, looking, one-time blast from Heiskanen, blocked in front, and here comes Cisu down the other end. McKinnon with speed avoids the defender, shot on, gloved in by Odinger.
And McKinnon coming down the wing for Cisu, just looking very dangerous, but that time Odinger is going to make the stop, and the game stays tied here with 53.5 seconds to go.
Puck loose in front, fouled by Cisu, shot on, puck loose, but doesn't meet on net. Cisu still pressuring. One-time shot from Johnson, blocked in front, puck found behind the net by Coyle. Cisu in the offensive zone, a shot on blocked, gets it back in front of the net. Holding, looking, 32 seconds to go. Cisu, his season, his championship hopes on the line here. Can he capitalize on his possession? A shot on, saved by Odinger. Still pressuring, and he has full pressure on. 20 seconds to go. Holding it in the right corner. Cisu looking, shot from the high slot, blocked in front, but still has possession. 13 seconds to go. Gerard skating it forward. Bump from behind, picked up by Hintz. And Teemuyy with no speed, no stamina, trying to find his way into the offensive zone. 3 seconds to go. Moving with Makar is Cisu. But the shot saved by Odinger. And folks, we've got overtime. A potential championship deciding overtime. A goal for Teemuyy wins him the title, the first 1v1 title of his career. A goal from Cisu pushes us to an all-deciding Game 3. We're underway. Teemuyy in the offensive zone. Shot on, denied by Blackwood. Cisu gonna play that out, and he moves it forward to McKinnon. And here comes Cisu. Backhand shot, and he scores! Cisu stays alive in the series! And we're going to a Game 3!
Yeah, it just couldn't have been a 2-game series here in the finals. What a thriller. Cisu up by 2, he gives up the lead. The game is pushed into overtime. But then Nathan McKinnon, the fast players on the Colorado Avalanche team, and Cisu is able to tuck that home on the backhand, and we are headed into that Game 3.
It is not often that you see Cisu not capitalize on a breakaway. And at the biggest moment, he does to keep this series alive. A 3-2 overtime victory. That's the most you've probably seen Cisu sweat throughout this tournament. But when things got tight, he stepped up, made a play, and we're going to a third game to decide the title. I mean, Sopely, it only feels right, doesn't it? It wouldn't have felt right seeing this series into the sweep. It was surprising to see Nikki Dangles and Cisu series end 2-0, but nevertheless, a simple backhand move finds its way in past Odinger, and Cisu pushes it to that deciding Game 3.
Yeah, and how about the stats there as well? We see, once again, Teemuyy with 20 minutes on that time on attack, but I mean, Cisu, he's just so deadly whenever he gets on the offense, and he's just able to edge out Teemuyy in this overtime thriller. And I mean, yeah, the series just deserves a Game 3 to decide who's gonna be crowned the champion.
We have had thrilling broadcast coverage here today. We're just a little bit over 3.5 hours in. If you are just now joining us, we'll kind of take you back on what we have seen so far. We started out with our series between Teemuyy and Capusta. Teemuyy winning that series 2-1. We saw a pair of overtime games in that series, defeating the #1 overall seed to punch his ticket into the finals. And then, as we saw before this series, Nikki Dangles versus Cisu, the last two Finnish champions going up against one another. Nikki Dangles, an ECL 1v1 finalist a season ago. Cisu, a former ECL 1v1 champion, ends up sweeping Nikki Dangles, and woo! We're not even setting the scene, folks. We're going right into the action. I love it. Game number 3, Teemuyy versus Cisu. The championship is going to be decided right here, right now. We are again watching from the viewpoint of Teemuyy using the Colorado Avalanche. Cisu using the Colorado Avalanche. Teemuyy using the Dallas Stars, as a shot from the point there from Cisu was blocked in front. Now, there's so much action, I can barely keep in control of myself, ladies and gentlemen. As Teemuyy controls it in the offensive zone. Pass it over at the left face-off circle. Pass across, intercepted there by Cisu, but it's got back one time. Sunday scores! Johnston kicks off the scoring, and Teemuyy with an early 1-0 lead.
And it just seems like this series can go any way. In every single game, you just don't know what's gonna happen. Cisu with a couple of quick starts in this series, and now Teemuyy strikes first, right in the first moments of this game 3.
These two players have been inseparable. They just go blow for blow. As Teemuyy kicks off the scoring rather quickly, and he's looking to continue to do so as he's back in the offensive zone. Controls it with Sagan over at the right wall. Gives it up to Gabushkin at the point. And a shot there from Harley blocked in front. Gets it back with Sagan. At the high slot. Looking for an option. And again, at high time on attack, you're seeing where it's come from. Teemuyy just kind of circling around, cycling that puck, and waiting for the opportunity to present itself. Over 20 minutes of time in the offensive zone. That is over a third of the game. There's a couple of shots there from Cisu, stopped by Ottinger. He's still pressuring, however, as he is the only player in the offensive zone as he gets a line change. Gets it back, however, as it's full pressure on here for Cisu. Forehand shot, and he scores! That shot in tight on the left post has been wonderful for Cisu. He scores on it again, and it ties this game at 1.
Yeah, and a crucial mistake right there, as Cisu was changing all of his lines, playing with only one player, and Teemuyy gave the puck away somehow, and Cisu got the full pressure on as well and is able to capitalize on that play.
1-1 score. Cisu able to knot things up as here comes Teemuyy down the other end. Couldn't find anything there with Granlund. Now Cisu with possession, controlling it with Druin. The pass across and he scores! Martin Natchez!
He's back. Natchez scores once again for Cisu, and oh boy, we've seen a pretty hectic start to this game 3.
3 goals, and we're not even halfway through the opening period. 2-1, your score. Cisu up ahead. And Teemuyy looking to coordinate a response of his own. He has possession here as he works it in the offensive zone. Controls it with Cisu. Adanoff with it now. Over at the right corner. Gives it up to Cisu. That shot from the point was saved by Blackwood. And now Cisu working quickly down the other end. With some space. Using the car pass across there. Interrupted and stopped by Ottinger. 7 shots on net already for Cisu in this game. 2 so far for Teemuyy. There's a shot there. Skies over the net. Finds its way there in front, but picked up by Cisu. Both players will get a line change. Dump down the middle to Wood. Wood holding it at the right corner. Tried to find that cross-crease play once again, but that time it didn't work, and at least we were able to get possession back as the counterattack was stifled. Eventually found by Teemuyy, and with less than 5.5 to play. Teemuyy in the offensive end trying to find the game-tying goal. He holds it at the right face-off dot and gives it to Heiskanen at the point. Over to Dumba. Dumba holding one-time blast from Rantanen, blocked in front. Cisu working quickly down the other end. Pops the blue line and moves it over to Malinsky. Over to Druin, can't get the shot off. It was poked off his stick. And now Teemuyy trying to work on the counterattack. Less than 3 minutes to play here upcoming in the first period. Teemuyy in the offensive end to Heiskanen. Trying to move forward, but no room to operate. Cisu in the neutral zone. Taking his time here, trying to find some space, and he breaks into the offensive end. Pass across there, disrupted, but found behind the net by Lehkonen. The shot on, denied by Ottinger. He'll hold on to that glove and play it out late. 40 seconds to go. Teemuyy in control. Gives it over to Ben. Ben at the left corner. Now at the high slot. Holding, shot on, and he scores! It was tipped in front by Sagan! We are tied at 2!
What a goal. I think that just went off of his skate or something. Though in that case, probably would have been waved off at least initially. So I'm not even sure how that went in. If it was a proper tip, I don't think so. But nonetheless, we are tied going into this first intermission.
Tied at 2, and we won't get a replay of it, but I think you're onto something there, Sopley. I think it may have hit potentially off of the knee, potentially, of Sagan. Again, like you mentioned, if it was the skate, it would have at least been reviewed more than likely. Didn't hear it hit off of the stick, so maybe just hit in off of the body of Sagan and trickled in past Blackwood, but they don't ask how, they ask how many. You don't get extra goals for style points. Teemuyy ties this game at 2 apiece, and he's working again in the offensive zone. We're underway here for period number 2. As he has it with Rantanen over at the right corner. Holding on to it here. As he has it over at the right boards and gives it to Dumba at the point. Working it over to Rantanen. That one-time blast is blocked in front. Cisu moving it forward. A clean break and a shot on. Blockered aside by Odinger. Pretty clean entry there. A lot of space for Cisu to act, but could not capitalize. Not often you say that. Teemuyy has it in the offensive end. Puck poked off the stick and found by Cisu. Controlling it with Coyle past the blue line. Moved over aside to Makar. Trying to give it back over to the Chuskin, but that pass intercepted, and Teemuyy up the other end with speed. At the left boards. Under some pressure, he gives it back to Harley at the point, now to Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin at the left face-off circle, gives it back to Hintz, and now to Harley. As Teemuyy just going to retreat, reset, and get a line change. Finds Bork. Bork back to Teemuyy at the point. Teemuyy looking, holding, over to Robertson. Again, just that slow-going cycle of Teemuyy. Searching and hunting for that open opportunity as that shot from the slot. Denied there by Blackwood. Another chance here. Getting that elbow up and stopping that one as well. Pressuring still here is Teemuyy. Close to full pressure meter now. As a shot on, he scores! A snipe from Robertson!
And the cycle pays off once again. Damn, with just the patience. He's very close to full pressure on this play, but he just steps up from the point, looks for the shooting lane, and he finds it and snipes it top corner. And he's got the lead again, even though Cisu is out shooting him still.
And Jason Robertson, one of the better players on this Dallas roster. He has the ability, he has the speed. Haven't called his name much today, but Teemuyy, utilizing him at the big stage, takes a 3-2 lead over Cisu, and he still has it in the offensive zone. Controls it with Dumba right now and moves it up to Johnston at the point. Johnston working it forward. Teemuyy holding, trying to find something, but turned over as Cisu gonna make a quick line change as he pushes into the neutral zone and crosses the blue line. There's a shot on, blocker aside there by Ottinger, nearly a second chance, and the one-timer scores! Wood puts it in the back of the net, and Cisu ties us back up at 3.
What a series this has been. It's just back and forth, and this time Teemuyy got the lead. But now Cisu ties it up once again, and it just seems like every time someone gets the lead, just like that, the other guy ties it up.
These two players just keep on pushing each other as far as they possibly can. Has a chance for Cisu. That shot was blocked in front. 7 minutes to go here in period 2, and we have been treated to a spectacular game number 3 to decide our champion here. Teemuyy has it in the offensive zone. Over at the right face-off circle. Gives it up to Lyubushkin at the high point. Moves forward and gives it back to Robertson. Robertson looking. Gives it back to Harley. Teemuyy again just taking his time. At the left corner, back to Marchman. Pushing forward. Draws a penalty and a power play coming up here for Teemuyy.
We see that patience once again from Teemuyy. He's just controlling the puck, not taking too many chances in the offensive zone if there's nothing opening up, and once again turns his back and is able to get on the power play as Cisu trips him.
As a shot and they score! Jamie Benn gives Teemuyy the lead on the power play.
And a huge goal. I mean, once again, Teemuyy now has the lead. But will it happen once again where Cisu ties it up immediately after? Who knows? Now Teemu has another opportunity to hold on to this lead in this deciding game 3.
They've rarely been separated. Thought that may have been it right there, but it was blockered aside by Odinger. Gerard at the point here. Cisu looking for the tying answer, as you mentioned. And the shot up, and he finds it there! These two players going stride for stride, move for move. We are once again evened up, this time at 4.
Luckily, ice hockey has the concept of an overtime where the other player doesn't have the opportunity to tie it up once again, because this is just ridiculous. Every single time we have a lead, just as soon as the puck drops, it seems like the puck is already in the other net.
Another shot on, that one was saved by Odinger. We are all even at 4 apiece. These two players, I mean, this is as good as it gets, folks. A championship on the line. As a pass in front, puck loose, found by Blackwood. Cisu gonna play that out. Less than a minute to go here in period 2. A high-scoring affair. Winner, your ECL 1v1 champion. As a pass across disrupted, but gotten back at the point. Tipped in front potentially. That's a shot on a beautiful save from Odinger. And Teemuyy not gonna risk that one. He'll hold on for the stoppage.
Yeah, what a big save, Odinger. One of the reasons why you want to use the Dallas Stars team, as he makes that save look easy.
3.2 seconds to go. One back by Cisu. Shot from the point from Taze, found by Odinger. And that'll do it. We're tied after 20 minutes to decide our champion. A 4-4 score. As we are underway for the third and final frame of regulation. Game number 3. The winner, your ECL 1v1 champion for the spring season. Teemuyy controlling it in the offensive end. He's looking for his first ever 1v1 title. Cisu looking for yet another. His second 1v1 title this year. Won the FCL championship back a couple of months ago. A former ECL 1v1 champion as well. He won it at the young age of 16. Was the youngest winner in the history of Europe. And he takes the lead on the cross crease pass to McKinnon.
Great pass right there. Finds the open man in the middle and is able to find a secondary pass to McKinnon. And I mean, what a goal to capture the lead. But now we have another 1-goal lead in this game, which usually have not lasted too long, so we'll see what's gonna happen next.
Leads have been easily vanquished. Teemuyy gonna hope that he can do so at least one more time. With the way this game is gone, you feel like he's gonna have to more than likely find that next goal. Cisu will, because a 1-goal lead has not been safe so far. As Teemuyy is pushing in the offense, then shot on, denied by Blackwood.
Yeah, 1-goal leads, not safe at all in this series. Both of them just have been showing up every time they have gone down, just tying it up immediately after. But now Teemuyy, at the very least, wasn't able to do it in the first shift. Now he's got another shot on net and another offensive zone draw.
Yeah, rip from the point from CC, saved by Blackwood, and you can only imagine what these two players are both feeling. The pressure, knowing that the title is on the line right here. It is right in their fingertips, especially if you're Cisu, holding on to this 1-goal lead in the third period. He has it in the offensive zone, couldn't hold on to that puck, however. All for Teemuyy, again, knowing this is the closest he has been to winning a championship, and there's no guarantee that you get back here. It's so tough, so difficult to make it to this point. You want to capitalize and take advantage, and he's going to have a power play opportunity as Gabriel Landeskog will head to the box for tripping.
A huge power play opportunity here to tie this game up once again.
He scored on one earlier. Does he have one more left in him? As Cisu able to get that puck off of the stick of Teemuyy, but turned over in the neutral zone. Teemuyy passes the blue line and looks for an option. Holds it at the high right face-off circle, circling around, looking for space, and goes behind the net. Turned over, puck battled for and found by Cisu, who tries to dump it out, but is found by Duchesne. Goes to Rantanen. Back to Heiskanen at the point. Heiskanen looking. Teemuyy holding to that possession, waiting, and gives it back to Rantanen. Rantanen back to Heiskanen again at that right face-off circle. 20 seconds to go on the man advantage for Teemuyy. As a rip from the point from Heiskanen, stopped by Blackwood. And Cisu going to be able to kill off the remainder of that power play. Landeskog out of the box. He's going to get a line change and reset. A critical penalty kill success there from Cisu. He works in the offensive zone. Pass across. Not able to pick that up. There was Natchez. 9.5 to play. Cisu up by 1. Teemuyy looking to push. Controls it with Robertson in the neutral zone. Gets it back here as Teemuyy crosses the blue line. He's trying to find a shot. Holding it at the left corner board. Still waiting. Teemuyy back to the point to Harley. As again, Teemuyy, someone willing to be patient, but as time starts to dwindle, we haven't seen him down very often in this tournament. You wonder if he starts trying to rip more shots on net, needing opportunities. He gives it back to the point to Harley. 6 minutes to go. There's a one-time rip from Labushkin, stopped by Blackwood. Full pressure on now here for Teemuyy. Controls at the high slot. Gives it back there. That shot goes wide and hits the boards. Cisu trying to get out of his own end. Loses possession momentarily, but gets it back. Works it around to the boards. And Cisu able to get out of his own zone and into the neutral. Now into the offensive end. Lachushkin shot on. Stopped by Odinger. Tied up behind the net. Kicks it aside. And it's found by Teemuyy. Approaching the 3-minute mark. Cisu up by 1. Championship in his sights. Does Teemuyy have a response? He has it in the offensive zone. Over at the right boards. Now behind the net. Holding on. Looking. Waiting. Still maintaining that patience. Will it pay off for him again? Gives it up to Harley at the point. Less than a minute to go. Labushkin's shot. Puck loose in front. Sky is over the net. It was saved by Blackwood. 52 seconds to go. Cisu with possession. Up the left boards with speed. Holding on to it at the left corner. Bump from behind and found by Teemuyy. Moves it up to Rupe Hintz, but Teemuyy with not a lot of energy. He's going to have to go for a line change and reset. Gives it over to Lindell. Stops in the neutral zone and gives it back to Cici. 31 seconds to go. Championship hopes fading for Teemuyy. He has it at the point. Gives it to Cici. Over at the left face-off circle. Back to the point to Lindell. Beautiful defensive work from Cisu. 18 seconds to go. Teemuyy shot on, denied. Gets it back to the point. Another rip for the point. That one blocked in front by his own man. 10 seconds to go. Cici with it. Teemuyy with one last chance. Lindell at the point. 5 seconds. Shot on. He scores! Teemuyy ties it with seconds remaining.
Are you kidding me? Cody Cici from the point just rips it, and it looked like a sure save, but no, the puck finds its way into the back of the net, and it is looking like we're headed into a deciding Game 3 overtime.
Right when we thought we had all the answers, these two men change up the questions. We are tied at 5. We are going to a championship deciding overtime. What's the expression? Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema for sure.
Overtime is underway. We want to thank our sponsors, COVID on Lockety, Game Changer, and WellNet for their support of SportsGamer and the ECL. A champion will be decided with the next goal. Cisu in the offensive zone. One-time rip from Manson, saved by Odinger. Natchez controlling it at the left face-off circle. Holding on to it. Looking, waiting, couldn't find anything, and here comes Heiskanen down the other end for Teemuyy, up the left boards. Holding it at the high slot. Teemuyy back to Dumba. Looking over to Duchesne at the point. Duchesne to Rantanen. A cycle here for Teemuyy that has been successful for him all tournament long. 1 goal separates him from his first title. He gives it to Johnston at the point, controlling it by the blue line. Looking for some options, holding on to it. Working at the left face-off circle, goes to Duchesne at the point. Ace is going to reset here. Smart play, not wanting to take any risks as he goes for a line change. Gives it up to Hintz. In the neutral zone, crosses the blue line with some speed. Hintz at the right corner. Teemuyy looking, shot on, picked up there by Druin for Cisu. Arguably the best chance of overtime so far. Cisu in the offensive zone with Nichushkin at the right corner. Shot on, blocked in front there by Jamie Benn. Teemuyy takes over possession, rings it around the boards over on the opposite side. 8 minutes into this overtime frame. Teemuyy in the offensive end. Holding it, looking, shot on in front nearly, but doesn't go on net. Here comes Gerard with speed, has a man to his left side, has in front, a cross shot on, stopped by Anger. Teemuyy plays it out, one-time rip, stopped by Anger again. Cisu still pressuring in the offensive zone. He has it in the left corner, looking for play, a passing option, nowhere to be found, and is turned over. Teemuyy working down the other end on the counterattack. Over at the left boards, turns, looks, waits, gives it back to Lindell. Waiting, gives it to Granlund now at the high right point, back to Labushkin. At the left face-off circle, back to Lindell as a one-time rip there, blocked in front by Lehkonen. Cisu with another great defensive stance, and he now is on the counterattack. This is Wood with speed, shot on, stopped by Ottinger. Cisu still in possession, in the right corner. Pressured by Teemuyy just a little bit as he waits for some space. Working around, holding it at the high slot. Approaching the full pressure meter being filled. Behind the net, still controlling it, pass in front, picked up by Dadonov, and he gets it back. Drury with it, poked off his stick, but gets it back once again for Cisu. Puck scrummed for, battled at the left corner, and found by Dadonov. 5 minutes to go here in overtime 1. We will go until we get a winner. The next goal decides your champion. Teemuyy in the neutral zone. Just going to reverse course and go all the way back. Doesn't want to take any chances. Slowing down the pace just a little bit as he's just going to flip this out of play and completely reset things. 3:20 to go in overtime.
Yes, it looked like he had the puck in the neutral zone for too long, according to EA, where his player just started to slow down and he just decides to dump it over the boards and get a face-off instead.
Timeout taken, so both sides have full stamina throughout their lineup. Cisu in the offensive zone. Hooked off of his stick. Good defensive play there made by Teemuyy as Dumba works it over on the middle of the ice in the neutral zone. Finds Duchesne. Duchesne hooked off his stick. Puck given chase. Found by Taze. Less than 2 minutes to go in this overtime period. McKinnon with it for Cisu. Up the left boards with speed. Pass across. Puck loose. And found by Ottinger. And he's going to hold on for the stoppage.
Scary play once again. Cisu trying to pass it in front of the net, and the puck hits Teemuy's defender's skate and just stays there, but luckily for him, Ottinger was able to cover it.
A part of the drama of overtime, you know your championship could be decided by one bounce, and Tyler Sagan wins the championship for Teemuyy!
And there you have
Years of trying! And he finally does it!
Teemuyy finally gets his championships. What a game. I mean, unbelievable run from the guy. He was able to tie up the game with 3 seconds left on the clock and force an overtime. And there it is. The championship winning goal in OT.
Of trying, years of falling just a little bit short, making it to the top 32, making it to the top 16. This is the furthest Teemuyy has ever gotten in one of these ECL tournaments on the 1v1 side. He's a former 6v6 champion multiple times with H-Reds and Parasite, and now he joins an exclusive club of players to win a championship in the ECL on both the 6v6 and the 1v1 side. Teemuyy, your ECL 1v1 champion for the Spring 25 season. Absolutely phenomenal. And you see Nikki Dangles in the chat saying GG's to Teemuyy, has low-key been one of the best 1v1 players for many years. You know, Soaply, it felt like it was a matter of time for when he would finally be able to break through. He's shown he has the ability, but it's so tough to win one of these tournaments with so much talent in the European scene. This year was his year. This tournament was his tournament. He was pushed to the very brink by a former ECL 1v1 champion, the Finnish champion this year in Cisu, knocked off the 1 seed in Capusta in the semifinals. And finally, he breaks through, and Teemuyy can finally say he is an ECL 1v1 champion.
Yeah, I mean, just what a run. What a run. Just considering all the moments when it looked like it was gonna be over for him, but no, he just climbs his way back and is crowned the champion here. And I mean, just really great stuff for him all around throughout this whole tournament. As you mentioned, he was one of those guys that's just always in there in the conversation over the years on the 1v1 tournament side, but this year really he stepped it up just that little bit to separate himself from the rest of the players, and that's why he's crowned the champion today.
You want to talk about separating yourself from the rest of the players, think about some of the names that we have seen win both a 6v6 and a 1v1 championship, whether that is on the ECL or FCL side, but just in general, to win a championship in both sides of the NHL esports scene. You're talking about names like Eki, like Hanselinho, like Nikki Dangles. It is rare air, Picardy up there as well. It is rare air that Teemuyy has placed himself in, and he does it after so many years of trying to win this ECL 1v1 championship, coming up so close. He does it in the ECL 25 spring season in absolute thrilling fashion. And we have the man of the moment with us now, Teemuyy, your ECL 25 spring 1v1 champion. Soaply, my friend, I pass the mic to you to do the honors to talk to our champion this season.
Yes, eli Teemu, ensimmäinen pakko kysyä, totta kai. Ensinnäkin valtavat onnittelut mestaruudesta, mutta miltä nyt tuntuu?
Ihan sika hyvältä. Eka 1v1 turnausvoitto, niin kyllä tuntuu hyvältä.
Joo, voin kuvitella. Ihan pakko kysästä tosta, että viimeisellä minuutilla maali takana Game 3. Mitä siinä pyörii niinku päässä? Joku puoli minuuttia ennen loppuu, mylly pyörii hyökkäyspäässä, mutta tuntuu, että mistään ei löydy sitä paikkaa. Niin mitä siinä oikein, millaisia ajatuksia kävit läpi?
En mä tiedä. Sitten jossain vaiheessa tuntui, että on pakko vetää, sitten se meni jotenkin sinne. En mä tiedä.
Just näin, kiekko on vaan maalille ja hyviä asioita tapahtuu, eikö se näin ookin? Ja sitten OT:lla totta kai hieno ratkaisu, että mikä sun mielestä oli ehkä tässä nyt sit se ratkaiseva tekijä, mikä sai sut erottumaan joukosta ja voittaa tämän finaalin?
En tiedä, varmaan mä oon pelannut niin paljon, niin se on varmaan yksi. Aika hyvä rutiini tällä hetkellä tuossa suorittamisessa.
Juu, todellakin. Siltä näyttikin ja näytti kyllä siltä, että oli ainakin kotiläksyt tehty sen osalta, että miten Cisu pelaa tossa.
Joo, muutama peli pelaa.
Juu, sitä justiin mietinkin, että kuinka paljon tollanen niinku vaikuttaa sun pelaamiseen, että siellä on tuttu vastustaja ja tavallaan tiedät, mitä se tekee. Pelasitko jotenkin eri tavalla?
Kyllä se aika paljon, että tietää mitä vihu tekee, niin osaa puolustaa sen mukaan.
No niin, se on juurikin näin. Hei, vielä kerran valtavat onnittelut. Onko tähän loppuun vielä jotain, mitä haluat tästä mestaruudesta sanoa?
Kiitos, eipä mulla oikein mitään muuta. Tuntuu hyvältä.
Yes. Kiitos paljon.
Kiitti.
All right, a big thank you to Teemuyy for taking the time. A big congratulations to him as well. And, Soaply, kind of getting to talk to him. You can kind of tell, some of the English listeners, including myself in this case, kind of what some of Teemuy's thoughts were. Can only imagine the elation that he's feeling and how rewarding this must be for him, knowing his journey, not just throughout this tournament, but just throughout his career on the 1v1 side.
Yeah, so first things first, he mentioned that obviously feels absolutely fantastic to get his first title on the 1v1 side. And then I started asking him what kind of emotions was he going through in those final moments when he was down in that game 3, just trying to break through when nothing seemed to be working. And he just explained that at some point he felt like some kind of a shot has to be taken, and right there at the end it somehow found its way in, and then obviously the overtime win. And obviously gotta imagine what kind of a feeling it must be after that kind of a series and that kind of a comeback in that last game.
If my hands are sweating, I can only imagine what he and Cisu were going through over the last 30 minutes, as we'll transition over to the bracket for one final time. Teemuyy, your ECL 1v1 champion for the 25 spring season. And, Soaply, we've talked so much about the victor. You also cannot tell the whole story without talking about the other side. Absolute heartbreak for Cisu. It's easy to forget this, but he was leading this game with 10 seconds left. Looked like he was right there about to clinch his second ECL title, another championship in what has been an illustrious career for him on the 1v1 side. And at such a young age as well. I mean, Cisu is still one of the younger players in the community. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago when he won his first title, just 16 years old, and really just kind of bursted onto the scene a couple of years ago. And here he is, still fighting for championships, was so close to doing so, just 19 years old. Obviously still has a lot of tournaments ahead of him, but to know that you were less than 10 seconds away from taking home another championship, he sees that goal go and pass him with just about 5 seconds to go, and he loses the game in overtime on what was a pretty quick and sudden opportunity. It was on the rush. We didn't get the replay of it, but really just kind of happened in the blink of an eye after what I believe was a neutral zone face-off. So for Cisu, you just feel gutted for him because of how close he was, not just in the series, but in sealing that game 3 as well, just seconds separating him from taking home another ECL title.
Yeah, just that close. And I mean, one more thing that I did ask them in that interview was that what kind of a difference does it make in a series like this when you've literally practiced over 100 times against the opponent you're playing against? And he said that obviously it does change the dynamics quite a bit when he knows what he's going up against, and obviously he was able to use that to his advantage and come out on top for a pretty unbelievable run here in the ECL 1v1.
An unbelievable run, an unbelievable story. Teemuyy finally breaking through, winning that ECL 1v1 title, winning a 1v1 championship. That's one of the few things that he hasn't accomplished. He's won multiple Sixes tournaments, a former Defender of the Year, even last season for Parasite. Finally able to win on the 1v1 side, adding another trophy to his trophy case. Let's take a quick look as well at what everyone comes out of today with on the prize pool side of things. Teemuyy, the winner of 800 euros. Cisu not doing too bad himself, 400 euros for making it to the finals, while the other two semi-finalists, Nikki Dangles and Capusta, taking home 150 euros apiece. Each of these 4 players so deserving, all of them putting on an absolute show. I mean, even the games that were a little bit more separated, all of them provided such entertainment value in different ways. Each of these guys earning their money here today, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 2 guys that, honestly, these 2 separated themselves from the others pretty clearly when you look at some of those stats throughout this tournament. I mean, just unbelievable. And then to continue it into a day like this where you're facing off against the other top 4 players just to win that semifinal, and then obviously Teemu able to come out on top even in the final.
Teemuyy on top and taking that 800 euro prize pool. Again, congratulations to him. As folks, again, this is not the only champion that we will be crowning. This is championship crowning season. As make sure you are right back with us right here at twitch.tv/ReactioMedia on Sunday evening, a 19 CEST start time. One of the most anticipated finals matchups that we have seen in recent memory. Number 2 Mythics versus number 1 Last Dance. An elite champion will be crowned. 2 new names, 2 different teams. Mythics, their first ever finals appearance. Last Dance making it to the finals for the first time in 2 years. Man, oh man, that is going to be such a fun series. Soapily, I know you obviously participated in the Elite Division this season with Blackbirds. I know you guys have a couple of key games coming up as you and Otsis, a couple of friends of mine going to be battling, it looks like, for that Elite Division spot for next season. But I know you're familiar with both these two teams, and I think you can tell the viewers that maybe haven't paid attention to the 6v6 side, this series going to be worth your time investing in on Sunday evening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the 2 best teams, you see it right there. Seed number 1, seed number 2, Last Dance, Mythics. Dominant regular seasons from both of these teams, and now they are facing off one another in the ECL Elite Finals. So, I mean, obviously, every season, that's the biggest series in Europe, and we're gonna see that on Sunday. So, super excited for it.
Again, a 19 CEST start time for our friends on the North American side. That is 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You are not going to miss it. Mythics versus Last Dance. We'll be covering the entirety of that series right here at twitch.tv/ReactioMedia. You can also find us live on our YouTube at ReactioMedia or live on our X account at SportsGamerGG. So make sure you are tapped in with us on Sunday evening for that. As for one last time, we bring you back into the booth. Soapily, always such a great time to get to do this with you. Call these games an absolute pleasure. Any final thoughts here before we wrap up today? Amazing games, an amazing story, and a very deserving champion in Teemuyy this season.
Yeah, I mean, what a night. What a night it has been. How long we've been live for? About 4 hours right here. And I mean, just super exciting games all around, and great to be back here calling these with you. It's been a while since the last time, so great to be back, and obviously huge congratulations to Teemu for coming out on top. I know he's one of those guys that has been looking for the 1v1 title for the longest time, and now he has it. So big congratulations to him, and obviously the next step gonna be those 6v6 games coming up in 2 days.
You always like to see a long-time player that's really grinded it out and worked their way to be at that point, be rewarded for that hard work. Teemuyy winning that championship, his first on the 1v1 side of things. Soapily, thank you again for spending your night here with me in the booth. Always an amazing time getting to call these games a few. A big shout out to Ken and the SportsGamer GG staff for putting on this tournament. So much work goes in behind the scenes to organize this thing and make it what it is. Would not be possible without them and all of their hard work. A big thank you to our amazing producer, Chris Ryan, putting on everything that you see with this broadcast behind the scenes, the best in the business, bar none. A big thank you to him for his work here today. And also a shout out to our sponsors, COVID Game Changer, and WellNet. What we do would not be possible without their amazing support of SportsGamer GG and the ECL. Make sure you check them out. Show them the same love that they show us. And a big thank you to you all for spending your Friday evening with us. Congratulations to Teemuyy, your ECL 25 Spring 1v1 champion. Big congratulations as well to Cisu, Capusta, and Nikki Dangles on making it into that top 4. Teemuyy, your ECL 1v1 champion for this season. Thank you all for joining us. For myself, my name is B Major Bigsby, and my partner, Soapily. We will see you guys again right here on Sunday for the ECL Elite Division Finals. Again, start time 19 CEST right here at twitch.tv/ReactioMedia. Thank you all for joining us, and have a blessed rest of your night.
Welcome to the SportsGamer Health and Performance Program. Nice to have you here. Here you have a large amount of different workouts from Wellnet, but also material just exclusive for you gamers. In your sessions, we focus mostly on neck and shoulder mobility, back health, and concentration. So give it a try and let us know what you think about it.